Commissioner Speaker.
Introduction of guests. Before I recognize any member from the floor, it's my privilege to introduce two very special guests in the gallery today. First, I would like to introduce the Right Honorable Kim Campbell. Ms. Campbell was the first and remains the only woman to serve as Canada's Prime Minister. She also broke ground as the first woman to hold the positions of Minister of Justice and Attorney General, as well as Minister of National Defense. Beyond Canadian politics, she built a distinguished post-political career. This included serving as the Canadian Consul General in Los Angeles, teaching at Harvard University, and becoming the founding principal of the Peter Lougheed Leadership College at the University of Alberta. She continues to be a vocal advocate for the rule of law and democratic values and continues to advance women in leadership roles. Also, I have the privilege to introduce a man whose life embodies vision, integrity, and service, Nasser Kazemini. Born in Iran and educated in England from humble beginnings with $0, he has grown a company into a global investment enterprise spanning technology, healthcare, digital media, and e-commerce, creating hundreds of thousands of jobs worldwide. But beyond his achievements in business, his legacy lies in his humanitarian spirit. He champions education, opportunity, and dignity for peoples across the globe, supporting hundreds of charitable causes, funding scholarships, and aiding countless families seeking a better life. As chairman of the Ellis Island Honors Society, he continues to celebrate and elevate the values of diversity, compassion, and contribution that define the human spirit. He is in British Columbia today, honoring Nobel Peace Laureate, the former President of Poland, Lech Walesa. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Campbell and the true global citizen, Ms. Nasser Kazemini. Thank you. Thank you. Any more introductions? Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Member for Kamloops Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move first reading of a bill entitled Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act 2025, which notice has been given under my name on the order paper.
Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act 2025 would enable municipalities to adjust what they collect, actually keep what they collect from pipeline utilities at the same rate that they are currently collecting. It's our understanding that BC Assessment will be bringing forward a recommendation to the Finance Minister to reduce the assessed value of pipelines by 30%. Why that is critical, unlike other rate classes in the Assessment Act, like a homeowner in Class 1, if there was a large assessment drop in that class, municipalities could simply adjust the mill rate to collect the same amount of dollars off of that rate class of homeowners. When it comes to pipelines in the utility rate class in Class 2, the mill rates that municipalities can charge is actually capped under legislation at $40 per $1,000 of value. So when there's a 30% drop in that assessed value, that means municipalities that are not allowed to run a deficit will be forced to find hundreds of thousands of dollars moving forward because they can no longer collect the same amount of actual dollars off of the pipeline that they otherwise are right now. Now, Mr. Speaker, I was the Mayor of Kamloops when we negotiated the deal for a community benefit agreement, and a lot of that for TMX was around the increase in property taxation that we then used to lower the mill rates for our pulp mills and our sawmills to shore up heavy industry. This bill would simply enable the cap to go up to $46.15 from $40, enabling municipalities to continue to collect the same amount of money they're currently collecting. It would not add a cost to the pipeline. It would simply say that they are going to be charged the same amount of taxation they were already planning and telling communities that they were willing to pay in the first place, thus relieving pressure on heavy industry and small businesses across British Columbia by municipalities faced with hard decisions to make otherwise. So I do hope that the House does support this bill and the government calls it for further debate.
Members, the question is first reading of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Member?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Municipal Affairs and Statutes Amendment Act. I don't have the language with me right in front of me, so it's getting catch even myself. Be added to the orders of the day at the next sitting after today.
Member, you heard the question. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Here in the main chamber, I call continued second reading on Bill 30 and in the Douglas Fir Room committee stage on Bill 31.
Committee chairs.
Okay, recognizing the Minister for Social Development and Poverty Reduction.
Madam Speaker, everyone deserves to live a life of dignity with the services and supports that they need to thrive. We all want a British Columbia where everyone can build a good life, a province where services and supports are available, equitable, accessible, and where people feel connected and included in community. That's the foundation of our poverty reduction strategy. People tell me they feel better off when they have a job and the feeling of belonging and community connection that they get from work. And in turn, workers build BC and build the projects that fund the services that people count on. So these are the actions that our government is taking now, the ones that are being developed to meet emerging challenges, to aim to make government work better for people. They're designed to create a province where accidents, illnesses, and unexpected financial losses don't lead to lifelong and intergenerational poverty. It's hard to imagine anything more catastrophic or awful than facing the diagnosis of a major health issue. And at this crucial time in their lives, people need to know that their job is safe, that they can take needed time off to receive medical treatment and recover. And that's why Bill 30 is so important. Job-protected medical leave will give BC's workers peace of mind when they need to focus on recovery or treatment. But currently, there are no provisions under BC's Employment Standards Act that provide long-term job-protected leave for employees who are unable to work due to their own serious illness or injury. Now, we know that many employers already welcome employees back to work after taking an extended leave to recover from an illness or injury without that being a legal requirement under the Employment Standards Act. They already meet and exceed Bill 30. They do this because it's the right thing to do, and we are grateful for that. Also, workers who experience long-term illness or disability have got existing legal protections under the BC Human Rights Code. Also, our government made changes previously to the WorkSafe Act to require rehab and return to work, and that this be supported. And also, many workers and unions have bargained such provisions into their collective agreements, but not everyone has these protections, and so we are taking action again. While developing this piece of legislation, we heard from businesses, industry and employer associations, the Tourism Industry Association, the BC Hotel Association, Restaurant Canada's Association of Business Improvement Areas, the Greater Vancouver Board of Trade, the Retail Council of Canada, Business Council of BC. There was a shared recognition of the importance of supporting workers who suffer from a life-altering diagnosis, and also broad agreement that workers deserve to be able to return to their jobs when they and their healthcare providers say that they are ready. Now, this is an unpaid leave that is proposed in Bill 30, so employers are not required to incur the cost of an employee's wage during the leave. But we want people to have a job to return to and to be able to have the flexibility within their work relationship that they can get the help that they need. We have been hearing this from patient advocates groups for some time. In BC, there are 245,000 people living with cancer. In BC, more than 31,000 people are diagnosed with cancer each year. We're thinking, especially in Nanaimo, as we are beginning construction of a cancer center in Nanaimo, the importance of people being able to be close to home for treatment, where they have their community of care that supports them on their path to wellness, that they won't have to travel for treatment. But we know that across the province, because the Canadian Cancer Society has told us, it's that there are cases out there in which employees were terminated because they needed an extended absence to recover from cancer. So we're proposing this legislation that will allow up to 27 weeks of unpaid leave if you're facing a catastrophic illness. It doesn't need to be taken all in one lump, but it ensures that if you're doing chemotherapy, for example, you'd be able to take the time off that you need for work and return to your job. It's vital that we provide this important insurance to workers and their families. And I hear that for them, the guarantee of job protection may help invite survivors to feel safe in seeking those services for their recovery. This legislation will align BC with other provinces and will also align us with the federal EI sickness benefits. In closing, Madam Chair, we are building a province where everyone feels safe, welcome, and included in their communities, and where people can get the help that they need. We are building that better province together We are so reliant on workers to do that work. And for us to be able to ensure that British Columbia workers are looked after is a key part of that. Working together, we are building a province and an economy that works for everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to voice my support for Bill 30.
Seeing no further, thank you. Recognizing the Leader of the Fourth Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I cannot support this bill as drafted. I listened to this and I've run a small business myself. I still run a small business. And while I empathize very much with people who are undergoing health issues, I've been through that myself. 27 weeks consecutively of time off would be bad enough. But then to say that 27 weeks non-consecutive was even worse. This amounts to more than half a year of time off. And it's very difficult to run a business, particularly a small business, when you are already weighed down by the mountain of regulations and taxes that already exist in this province, and the never-ending additions to the list of statutory holidays that are also a massive burden on businesses. I mean, anyone who has run a small business understands how difficult it will be to have an employee gone for 27 weeks. And you'd have to hold that spot, training someone else, and not even knowing if that other employee will ever be coming back. The comments I just heard is that most companies are already supporting their employees who are going through difficult times, and what concerns me is that we are now going to add sort of the forcing mechanism here, saying, you know, it's not good enough that you're just basically all doing a good job of this. We're going to now make you do this, which sort of turns this into an entitlement, if you will. And we need to move away from this type of direction in our economy, particularly now when businesses are struggling so much. Our GDP is way down, and we need to give businesses the signal that we're going to get off their backs, not on their backs more. And so I would like to say that I believe that we need to help the small businesses. I don't think this is going to do that. I think it will be make them very nervous. But this is not to say that I'm not empathetic or sympathy with people who have been sick. I have been there. But I think it's much better to rely on the goodwill of businesses rather than force them into a corner with more and more regulations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, seeing no further speakers, I'll ask the Minister to close debate.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. And I want to express gratitude to my colleagues on all sides of the House who engaged in this debate and who, in some cases, shared very difficult stories, very personal stories of individuals that they know or experiences that they've had. Of people in their circles struggling with difficult health diagnoses, and speaking to the benefit of job-protected leave in those circumstances. And I guess I would just make the point again, Honourable Speaker, that working people in this province and in this country have rights. Not only do they have just a general right to be experience dignity and safety in their work. They have rights under human rights law, and they have a right not to be discriminated against on the basis of disability. And that is something that we should all bear in mind as we move through this discussion. And of course, what we are seeking to do in this bill is to codify what is, in many cases, I understand, practice on the part of many employers. But we have heard very important and compelling experiences, life experiences of people who not only have had their lives drastically impacted by health diagnoses, but who have also then actually lost their job. And it is kind of inconceivable, frankly, to imagine a circumstance in which somebody experiences that further catastrophe in a circumstance where they're already fighting for their lives. So I look forward to the discussion that we will be having in committee stage on this bill. And with that, I move second reading.
Members, the question is second reading of Bill number 30, entitled Employment Standards Serious Illness or Injury Leave Amendment Act 2025. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion's carried. Division's been called.
Members who are participating remotely, please make sure your cameras and audio is on. Okay. Is a member for Richmond Bridgeport online? Maybe not. Okay, let's proceed. Okay. Members, the question is second reading of Bill number 30, Employment Standards Serious Illness or Injury Leave Amendment Act 2025. Those who are in favor, please rise or indicate. Thank you. Be seated. And those who oppose, please rise or indicate. Thank you. Be seated. And now, Madam Clerk will connect with members online.
Emily Chapman.
I vote aye.
Minister Kang.
I vote aye.
Minister Lohr.
I vote aye.
Emily Morissette.
I vote aye.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
I vote aye.
Minister Malcolmson.
I vote aye.
Those voting aye. Lord G. Anderson, Blatherick, Rutledge, Chant, Toporowski, B. Anderson, Neal, Osborne, Brar, Krieger, Davidson, Parmar, Sunner, Baird, Chandra Herbert, Wickens, Kang, Sandhu, Begg, Higginson, Philip, La Jeunesse, Choi, Rochford, Elmore, Morissette, Popham, Dix, Sharma, Farnworth, Eby, Bailey, Callan, Green, Whiteside, Boyle, Ma, Young, Malcolmson, Gibson, Glumac, Aurora, Shaw, Chow, Deere, Wilson, Kindy, Millibar, Rustad, Banman, Watt, Cooner, Halford, Hartwell, Neufeld. Pardon me, not Watt. Cooner, Halford, Hartwell, Neufeld, Van Popta, Clare, K. Neufeld, Bangu, Gaspar, Tour, Hepner, Davis, McInnes, Bird, McCall, Stamer, Day, Tepper, Mock, Chapman, Moz, Williams, Lowen, Dollywall, Dirksen, Luck, Block, Valeriot, Botterill, and Keeley, 81. Those voting nay, Brody, Armstrong, 2.
Motion passed. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be referred to a committee of the whole House to be considered at the next sitting of the House after today.
You heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Honourable Speaker, I call second reading on Bill 25.
Recognizing the Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs.
Thank you. I move that Bill 25 now be read a second time. I am here today to present proposed changes to the Vancouver Charter, the Local Government Act, and the Short-Term Rental Accommodation Act. Proposed changes to the local government legislation are intended to remove barriers to the development of small-scale, multi-unit housing by clarifying and expanding where it must be allowed. If passed, this bill will amend the Local Government Act and the Vancouver Charter to clarify and expand the zones where local governments must permit small-scale multifamily housing, to expand the existing framework for granting extensions and issuing ministerial orders to support these changes, and to expand the regulation-making authority to include housing unit form and density for off-street parking and exemptions. Let me provide a little bit of context. In fall 2023, we as a government brought in small-scale multi-unit housing legislation to remove outdated rules to allow more types of homes to be built in areas limited to single detached and duplex housing throughout BC to help address the housing crisis. I'm pleased to report that almost all local governments have met or exceeded the requirements, and we're now starting to see meaningful outcomes with this type of housing now being built in many communities throughout the province. More housing choices, more housing options for young families, for downsizing seniors, and so many more to stay in the communities they love all across this province. However, a review of implementation and engagement with the local governments and home builders has highlighted that barriers to the delivery of this essential form of housing still exist in some communities. Many local governments have done an exceptional job of enabling this type of housing, and I want to recognize the incredible work of Burnaby and Surrey, Kelowna, Kamloops, and Port Moody in particular, to make these family-supporting homes work in their communities. The proposed changes before us build on this work by removing barriers to create consistent frameworks across the province for small-scale, multi-unit housing to be built. The first change is to clarify that a zone that has any parcel of land that is restricted to duplexes or single detached homes, including a single detached home with a secondary suite and accessory dwelling unit, must allow small-scale multi-unit housing. If passed, local governments impacted by the changes will need to comply by June 30th, 2026. An extension process will be established for communities that are in the process of upgrading infrastructure, that lacks sufficient infrastructure to support additional housing in specific areas, or for extraordinary circumstances. The second change is to ensure there is clear authority to put certain site standards into regulations, specifically for setting upper limits for off-street parking requirements and housing unit form and density. This change will not have any immediate impact on local governments, but will allow the province to make regulations for minimum standards only if they are needed in the future. The legislation will also ensure that any new requirements, including new or amended regulations, can be supported through the existing ministerial order compliance mechanism. The changes are expected to impact fewer than 25% of municipalities, and in most of those communities, only a small number of zones or lots would be impacted. In a small number of communities, the changes will have more significant impacts to ensure that neighborhood-friendly homes for families and downsizing seniors, like townhomes and multiplexes, are allowed consistently throughout BC. Through these changes, we will continue to pave the way for the housing we need to ensure young families can continue to call British Columbia home. This bill also proposes amendments to the Short-Term Rental Accommodation Act. These changes are designed to promote operational efficiency and enhance the overall effectiveness of this regulatory framework. We all know that finding a home in BC can be challenging. Even with the improvements we're starting to see, too many people are still struggling to find an affordable place to live. One of the contributing factors has been the thousands of homes used exclusively as short-term rentals, which could be providing long-term homes for people here in BC. That's why in 2023, we introduced the Short-Term Rental Accommodation Act to help communities across BC respond to the impact of short-term rentals on our housing market. Before this act, local governments were trying to tackle the issue on their own, using local bylaws, but they were telling us that enforcement was difficult and that their tools weren't enough. The act changed that. It gave local governments stronger tools and established a new provincial role in regulation. One of the key measures was the principal residence requirement in designated communities. This limits short-term rentals to a host's principal residence, plus one additional suite on that property. It's a critical measure that has helped return more homes to the long-term housing market. As of this year, all short-term rental listings and platforms must also be registered in the provincial registration system. And we've established a provincial compliance and enforcement function to monitor, investigate, and ensure both hosts and platforms are following the rules. These changes are already making a difference. Thousands of homes are returning to the long-term market, and rental vacancy rates are improving in many communities across the province. And as with any new law, we've learned a lot through implementation. So now we're making amendments to the Act to make it clearer, more efficient, and more effective. The bill we're bringing forward today includes 3 sets of amendments based on what we've learned so far. The first set of amendments focuses on improving clarity in the Act to support better compliance and enforcement. This includes a change to the definition of principal residence. We're also clarifying the review process for registration and administrative penalty decisions to make sure it's clear who can conduct reviews and aligning the grounds for review across both types of decisions to ensure consistency. Another amendment clarifies the information sharing provisions to ensure consistent interpretation of the requirements. The second set of amendments ensures that modern treaty nations that enter into a coordination agreement can access all relevant sections of the Act. These agreements allow modern treaty nations to use the Act's provisions to enforce their own short-term rental laws. These changes support government's reconciliation objectives and respond directly to feedback from the Tsawwassen First Nation when drafting their coordination agreement last summer. The third set of amendments introduce new tools to strengthen compliance with the Act. First, we're identifying that providing false or misleading information during the registration process is a contravention of the Act. This means that compliance actions, such as compliance orders or administrative penalties, can be issued in response to misrepresentation. We're also introducing a provision that allows administrative penalties to be reduced or cancelled by agreement with the director when conditions are met. This tool, already used under the Residential Tenancy Act, helps achieve compliance faster. If the agreement's conditions are not met by the deadline, the administrative penalty remains payable. Finally, we're enabling the publication of compliance decisions that include personal information. This is common practice in other regulatory regimes, including the Residential Tenancy Act, the Employment Standards Act, and the Business Practices and Consumer Protection Act. In many of these contexts, publication is often cited as the most effective compliance tool, and these changes will support improved compliance here as well. Taken all together, these amendments will improve the operational efficiency and effectiveness of the Short-Term Rental Accommodation Act, in line with the original policy intent. These amendments will provide greater clarity and certainty for everyone who interacts with the Act's regulatory framework, including hosts, platforms, modern treaty nations, local governments, and federal entities. I welcome the questions and feedback.
Recognizing the member from Fraser-Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As usual, it's a real privilege to stand in this House today and debate Bill 25 this day. When the NDP formed government in 2017, British Columbians were promised a new era, one of affordability, cooperation, and accountability. The Premier at the time pledged, "We will work with local communities, not against them." The Housing Minister at the time also promised to empower local governments to shape growth that works for people. 8 years later, those promises lie in ruin. Instead of affordability, we have a crisis. Instead of cooperation, we have a confrontation. Instead of transparency, we have Bill 25, yet another heavy-handed law in a series of top-down impositions. Bill 25, the Housing and Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act, is not a housing bill. It's a governance bill, one that tells, or rather forces, local governments what to build, where to build, and when to build, whether they have the capacity or not. It silences public hearings, it curtails local debate, and it transfers democratic authority from councils elected by the people in communities to bureaucrats appointed by cabinet. As one Brentwood North resident said, "This legislation has come too fast, too heavy-handed, too top-down for it to be without mistakes." We, on the other side of the House, agree with that observation. In West Vancouver, Council reluctantly changed its bylaw to meet the multiplex zoning mandate under the threat of ministerial order. And that is not consultation, it is coercion. Former Premier Ujjal Dosanjh once said, "Democracy is strongest when power is shared, not hoarded." Honourable Speaker, housing was the moral banner under which this government marched into power. They blamed the previous administration, promised to tax speculation out of existence, and swore that affordability would be their North Star. Yet, since 2017, home prices have risen by almost 30%, average rents by more than 40%. The Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation tells us that British Columbia must build 570,000 additional homes beyond the current projections by 2030 just to regain affordability. That's about 70,000 new units each year. Will Bill 25 accomplish that? Not sure. And it's far beyond what our construction sector can deliver given labor shortages, permitting delays, and material costs. And what is the government's answer? Bill 25, a one-size-fits-all hammer dropped onto every municipality, big or small, regardless of land, labor, or infrastructure. The Real Estate Association of British Columbia has warned, housing affordability cannot be legislated into existence. Governments must tackle the cost and land supply constraints, not simply issue quotas. Yet quotas are precisely what Bill 25 imposes. Municipalities are told to meet targets dictated by Victoria, fail, and the ministry may appoint a development representative to take over local zoning decision. That is not partnerships, that's receivership. For more than a century, municipalities have been the foundation for local democracy in British Columbia. They manage land, policing, water, waste, transit. The services close to the people's daily lives. But Bill 25 shreds those traditions. It gives cabinet power to override municipal community plans, impose minimum densities, and now decides to dictate parking requirements. The housing minister recently admitted in plain language that many of the minister's changes will prevent local governments from defending themselves. And I quote, putting in restrictions to make it more difficult for those communities to build anything other than single-family homes or duplex housing for communities with people over 5,000 people. Wow. Let that sink in for a minute. This is not consultation, it's compulsion, wrapped in policy language. This clause effectively tells every community in British Columbia you no longer have the right to determine the character of your neighborhood. It declares open season on local zoning autonomy. Think about that, what it means for small and mid-sized towns like Merritt or Trail or Creston, places with limited land, aging infrastructure, and tight budgets. Under this amendment, they could be forced to accept higher density infill, multiplex conversion, or multi-story development without even ability to set basic guardrails or timelines to match their community capacity. This is not streamlining, it's stripping. It's stripping away local authority, community consultation, and democratic balance. It is as though the province has decided under Bill 25 that every barrier to development, including local democracy itself, must be bulldozed in the name of speed. But speed without process creates chaos. It creates resentment, mistrust, and ironically, delays as communities push back through appeals, litigation, and lost public confidence. Local governments are not the enemy of housing. They're ones who plan the roads, manage the water, and provide the fire protection that makes those homes possible in the first place. Yet this amendment treats them as obstacles to be neutralized, not as partners to be supported. Even more troubling, this approach homogenizes every community in the province, cookie-cutter communities all over the province. It imposes the same density expectations on Whistler as on Williams Lake, the same parking rules on Kelowna as Caslow, as if geography, infrastructure, and culture no longer matter. Municipal planners across the province are warning that this one clause, this one ministerial override, represents one of the most aggressive erosions of local autonomy in modern provincial history. As one senior planner in the Lower Mainland put it recently, we are no longer guiding our communities, we are merely implementing Victoria's spreadsheet. This is not democracy, this is directive governance. It tells every mayor, every councillor, and every resident, your input is optional, your compliance is mandatory. Also buried within these reforms is what many are calling a war on cars. Cities that once required a reasonable number of parking spaces per unit are now being told, stand down, don't worry about it, as if forcing people out of their vehicles will somehow make housing more affordable. The Union of BC Municipalities responded bluntly, local government must remain the primary decision makers for local land use. The provincial government should not replace community planning with provincial mandates. And yet, this is exactly what this bill does. It pretends that democracy is an obstacle, that citizens' input is a delay, that public hearings are a nuisance. But democracy is not an inconvenience, it's a constitutional right. The erosion of that right is not theoretical. Here is a reality check for this government. Coquitlam Mayor Richard Stewart, after 18 plus years of service, announced that he will not be seeking re-election this next year, citing deep frustration with the province's overreach and lack of consultation. His decision wasn't made lightly. He has been long recognized as one of the most experienced, balanced, and collaborative voices in local government. When a mayor of his stature says publicly that he no longer feels his council has meaningful input into housing decision, that they are being managed, not consulted, it should send a chill through this legislature and all throughout the province. View Royal Mayor David Screech echoed that same sentiment when he announced he too would not be seeking another term. He said plainly that he is tired of being dictated to by Victoria instead of working together. Those words, dictated to, reflect not just fatigue, but a profound sense of loss of agency, loss of respect, and loss of partnership. And they are not alone. Oak Bay Mayor Kevin Murdoch told reporters this spring that we've gone from being partners in planning to being order takers. That's not how local democracy works, he said. Similarly, Langley Township Mayor Eric Woodward warned that top-down housing mandates are destabilizing local budgets, pushing communities to approve density without the infrastructure to sustain it. From the North Shore to the Kootenays, local leaders are saying the same thing. This government has replaced collaboration with command. The Union of BC Municipalities, once again, in its 2024 report, responded to provincial housing legislation and cautioned, while the goal of increasing housing supply is shared by all levels of government, the approach must be cooperative, not coercive. Even the UBC President Trish Mandio, former president, warned that the government's patterns of bypassing council undermines the very foundation of public trust. She stated, local governments are on the front line of the housing crisis. If they are not engaged meaningfully in the process and in the solutions, implementation will fail. As the province, councils have expressed frustration as they are being forced to meet housing quotas and zoning mandates without the tools or the funding to do so. The City of Kamloops recently reported that it faces $300 million infrastructure backlog, yet is still expected to meet density targets set in Victoria. And one councillor put it, we're being told to build faster on pipes and roads that are already failing. When respected mayors, people who have devoted decades to public service, are walking away because provincial mandates make municipal leadership untenable, that should alarm every member of this House. When those with the greatest local knowledge feel silenced and sidelined, it is not just a personal problem, it is a governance crisis within the province. Because when the mayors stop running, when councillors stop believing their voices matter, when local governments feel they are governed by order rather than by constant democracy, itself begins to erode. This isn't merely frustrating, it's a warning sign from the very front lines of our civic system. As former Premier Gordon Campbell once said, good governance comes with empowering people closest to the problem, not stripping them of authority. Bill 25 does the exact opposite. It centralizes power in Victoria and drains the will to serve out of those who have spent their lives building up their communities. When respected mayors walk away because provincial mandates make municipal services impossible, that should alarm everyone. Municipalities already bear the lion's share of responsibility of core services: policing, fire, road, sewers, waste collection, transit. Canadian municipalities collectively manage about 60% of the nation's public infrastructure. Yet they collect only 10 to 12 cents of every tax dollar collected in this country. A fact confirmed by not only the Canadian Union of Public Employees, but also the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. How are they expected to do more with less? That means that governments most responsible for roads, bridges, water system, waste management, parks, recreation, I could go on, must stretch a dime to cover a dollar's worth of obligation. Over 80% of municipal budgets go towards maintaining essential services just to keep those municipalities functioning. Less than 20% of the dollar they collect then remains for new investment. For the kind of capital projects, housing infrastructure, and transportation upgrades that provincial mandates now require. As the FCM has warned repeatedly, this structural imbalance has created an unsustainable situation where local governments shoulder national priorities with local dollars. In the 2024 report, Building Better Lives, FCM stated that municipalities are doing more than ever before with revenue tools designed for the 19th century. The Union of BC Municipalities echoed this reality, noted that local governments are the only order of government without access to growth revenue. Property taxes, their primary source of income, grow slowly even as infrastructure costs soar with inflation, material shortages, and climate-driven disasters. The Parliamentary Budget Office reinforced this warning in 2023. Their fiscal sustainability report concluded that without new revenue sharing models or long-term infrastructure funding, municipalities will face fiscal gap averaging 2% of GDP annually over the next 2 decades. A shortfall that will directly impact water systems, roads, housing, you know the list. Even the BC Chamber of Commerce has cautioned that this mismatch is eroding the competitiveness of communities and discouraging investment in the very infrastructure needed for growth. Bill 25, however, ignores all of this. It demands more from municipalities that are already having less to work with, and is forcing them to absorb the cost of provincial housing targets without providing the predictable revenue, workforce, or planning support to make these targets possible. As UBCM President Trish Mandillo summarized, you cannot legislate housing supply without legislating the resources to support it. Yet, that is precisely what Bill 25 attempts to do, turning every municipal council into a provincial service arm, expected to deliver on Victoria's promise with no new tools, no new funding. When a government asks local councils to build more, faster, and higher, but refuses to share the fiscal means to do so, it is not partnership, it's imposition. And that, Honourable Speaker, is the central failure of Bill 25. It pushes responsibility down while pulling authority upwards, a recipe for burnout, budget shortfalls, and broken trust at the community level. And that, Madam Speaker, is where the fundamental contradictions of government's housing policy become clear. Bill 25 demands that municipalities absorb more, approve more density, and deliver more infrastructure, yet it gives them neither the money nor the means to do that. The government treats density as a substitute for affordability. We want more density, but it seems like it's substituting for that affordability, when in reality, new research is showing it is only one small piece of a much larger economic puzzle. Without the proper financing, land supply, and labor capacity, and infrastructure investments to support it, forced density becomes little more than a planning slogan. As the Federation of Canadian Municipalities have pointed out, the affordability crisis cannot be solved by zoning alone. It requires sustained, predictable investments in the services and infrastructure that make housing livable in our communities. Yet Bill 25 proceeds as if local government can stretch a shrinking property tax base to meet the provincial mandates that seem every year become more onerous. The government insists that Bill 25 will solve the affordability through density, but the facts tell a very different story. According to the Frontier Centre for Public Policy, Canadian housing affordability has deteriorated most in jurisdictions with restrictive land use policies. Density mandates without expanding land availability often drive prices higher. That conclusion is echoed by numerous economists across Canada. Building higher does not automatically mean building cheaper, especially when the land beneath those towers remains scarce and costly. Vancouver now ranks as the 4th least affordable housing market in the world. Not in Canada, not in BC, in the world. Behind only Hong Kong, Sydney, and San Jose, with a median home price of 11.1 times the average household income. That's nearly 4 times the benchmark of affordability established by Demographia and the OECD, which defines a healthy ratio, affordability ratio of 3. We're 4 times what the ratio should be for affordability. The BC Real Estate Association has been unequivocal. BC lack of service land as the single largest barrier to affordability. We can build density, but we cannot escape geography, and we cannot legislate away the cost of land and infrastructure. Let's remember that only 5% of British Columbia's total land area is available for private ownership and available for convention development. The rest is Crown land, agricultural land reserve, or terrain constrained by mountains, forests, and floodplain. You cannot build on land that doesn't exist or is not available, or on land locked behind a labyrinth of overlapping provincial regulations, permitting delays, and infrastructure deficits. The Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation has confirmed that most of BC's housing shortages lies not in zoning, but insufficient serviced land, and sites where water, sewer, and transit capacity can actually support new homes. Without these essentials, density is just a number on paper. Bill 25 dictates density, but never asks where the pipes, the people, or the public transit exist to sustain it. It assumes that more units automatically mean lower prices, when basic economics tells us that cost depends on both quantity and capacity. Urban economist William Strang put it perfectly. Density without affordability mechanisms simply changes who lives in a neighborhood. It doesn't make it cheaper to live there. That is exactly where we've been seeing across British Columbia. New developments have been increasingly aimed at investors, not families. In Vancouver alone, right now, roughly 2,500 to 3,000 housing units are sitting empty. Even as our young workers and families are priced out. When the only people who can afford to buy are investors or high-income earners, density becomes a filter for exclusivity, not a pathway to affordability. The data from StatsCan reinforces this contradiction. Between 2016 and 2024, Vancouver's population grew by 10%, while its housing stock grew by nearly 12%. Yet prices rose by more than 35% in the same period. Clearly, the issue is not simply not enough buildings, but what kind of buildings, where, and for whom. Bill 25 fails to address those deeper questions. It doubles down on a simplistic density doctrine while ignoring the structural constraints, land supply, infrastructure capacity, and construction cost that actually determine whether new housing can be built affordably or sustainability. So that's exactly why we see the luxury micro units instead of family homes, investor condos instead of attainable ownership. I mentioned that already. If density alone solved affordability, Vancouver would be the cheapest city in Canada because Vancouver is the densest city in Canada. This government, its bull in a china shop haste, ignores those fundamentals. The result, a fury of legislation, little consultation, and rising frustration across the province. Bill 25 comes with mandatory mandates, not money. The Municipal Finance Authority pegs BC's local infrastructure deficit between $100 and $150 billion. Yet the province offers no predictable revenue streams to help municipalities expand water, sewer, or roads. The BC Chamber of Commerce has warned repeatedly that the province's approach is fiscally unsustainable. The continued reliance on deficit spending means we are transferring responsibility for paying for today's services onto the future generations. They also noted that restrictive labor and procurement rules increase project costs by 20 to 30%. Municipalities already struggle to maintain basic infrastructure. Bill 25 forces them to do more with less and to deliver provincial priorities on municipal budgets. And then there's a one-size-fits-all problem. Bill 25 treats Surrey like Smithers, Vancouver like Vanderhoof. It assumes density targets and housing timings that might work in Metro Vancouver can simply be copied across the province. That's not planning, that's arrogance. And it's a misunderstanding of what's really going on out there in their province, not understanding how the housing market works, supply and demand. Under urban centers with constrained land and strong demand face one reality. Rural communities with limited growth face another. Yet both are subject to identical mandates, identical reporting, identical penalties under this bill. As urbanist Richard Florida reminded us, successful housing policy depends on alignment between governance, infrastructure, and investment. Break the alignment and you break the system. This bill is not an isolated overreach, it's part of a pattern. We see it in Bill 14 when the government gave sweeping authority to BC energy regulators. We saw it again in Bill 15, which centralized infrastructure procurement under the Infrastructure Projects Act. We saw it in Bill 44 and Bill 45. And now with Bill 25, land use, zoning, and housing approvals follow the same path from local councils to Victoria control. Former Premier said that. Bill 25 proves them right. It converts mayors and councils into provincial administrators, silences public hearings, and reduces citizen engagement to a checkpoint. Former UBCM President Lori-Ann Rodenberg said, local governments are where democracy meets daily life. Bill 25 pushes that meeting behind closed doors, and history teaches us something else. Once such powers are centralized, they are rarely returned. Today, it's housing. Tomorrow, who knows? Every time this government faces failure, it flexes is to seize more control. That's not leadership. That's panic with a pen. Mr. Speaker, the empirical record is very clear and troubling. The numbers tell the story. Let me just reiterate a bit and then I'll close. Housing starts down 14.9% year over year. Private investment has fallen 3 straight years. Confidence eroded, capital is fleeing, and jobs are following. Interprovincial migration is negative. For the first time in decades, people are actually making a choice to leave this province. Affordability ratios. Vancouver, I think I mentioned already, 12 times income. Victoria, 8.9. Kelowna, 8.1. There isn't any city basically in this province that's at the ratio of 3, where it should be for affordable housing. Average rents, $2,320 a month in Metro Vancouver, up 40% since 2017. That's not a statistic. It's a monthly reminder of broken promises. Taken together, these numbers reveal a province increasingly unlivable for working families, unattractive for investors, and unsustainable for future generations. Excuse me. Sometimes we like to think this is the work of global forces and somebody in orange here in the South. It is the direct consequences of choices made in this legislature. British Columbia has gone from being the province of opportunity to the province of exit, and Bill 25 accelerates that decline. But Madam Speaker, it's easy to stand up here and be a critic. It always is. And it's very helpful for somebody like myself to stand here and have a bit of a vision. So let me offer some constructive solutions. And I'm sure we're going to support this bill and move it to committee. And we'll articulate even some more positive solutions to help this bill out and help the minister here see if we can fix some of these things here. But a path forward rooted, but we'll do it in a path rooted with partnership, practicality, and respect. One of the things we could look at is let's table Bill 25 for now. Let's get back to some collaboration. Let's go talk to some of the municipalities. Let's go talk to some of the subject matters experts and ask them what they can do to fix this bill, clean up some of the things that we need to do. There is a ton of ideas out there. Let's stop the exit of the citizens of this province. Let's stop the exit of our mayors and councillors who have the knowledge to help work with this thing. BCREA, British Columbia Real Estate Association, has had a bill passed at this last UBCM and proposed a housing roundtable. They've been at this battle, I think it's 4 or 5 years, and this government refuses to sit at that table. So are they the experts in housing, or is it somebody like, oh, wait a minute, BCRA, who deals with housing on a daily basis? Maybe this government needs to stop the arrogance and start finding some solutions and helping find solutions to some of these issues through some of these professional boards and that. They are willing to step in and help. Let's address some of the real barriers like land, labor, and infrastructure, not ideology. Without service land and a skilled workforce, mandates are meaningless. Adopt place-based policy. What works in Burnaby doesn't work in Barrie or BC, doesn't work in Merritt, doesn't even probably work in Kelowna. But we need to find different ways to do this. Let's build a true fiscal partnership. Let's provide predictable infrastructure funding and the grant lottery where communities compete for short-term photo ops. Municipalities need stable revenue to plan long-term growth. We're living in the 21st century. We've got to find better ways of doing some of these things because the past hasn't working, and you know what they say about that. So we need to reform the regulatory framework as well. The BC Chamber's data shows project costs can fall by 20% with open procurement and reduced red tape. Why are we looking at that? Restore local democracies, reinstate public hearings, empower councils, and trust citizens. Democracy takes time, but trust takes longer, and without it, no policy will succeed with success. We're not alone in calling for change. Urban planner Bren Todderin, once Vancouver's Director of Planning, recently warned, provincial housing legislation that ignores local context risks creating bad urbanism and public backlash that sets us back years. Economist Benjamin Tal of CIBC notes that housing policy built on ideology rather than data, there's a word, 4-letter word, data is destined to fail, no matter how noble its intent. And the BCR Roundtable would be a great place to start, comprising of mayors, developers, and housing advocates alike. And they've all emphasized the real progress will come only through collaboration, real evidence, and shared accountability. In closing, Madam Speaker, At its heart, Bill 25 asks a dangerous question. Does the province trust its own citizens? In 2017, this government promised partnerships. In 2012, it delivered paternalism. It promised affordability. It delivered bureaucracy. The promised collaboration. It delivered coercion. In the end, elected officials across this province, like the mayors of Coquitlam and View-Rail, are walking away exhausted by mandate after mandate that ignores local realities. We must choose differently. And the last comment, the Frontier Centre warns that Canada is rapidly transitioning from a nation of home builders to a nation of permanent renters. That will be the legacy of Bill 25. That will leave us with nothing. But it doesn't have to be that way. We can move forward. Let us restore the balance between province and community, rebuild trust between governments and citizens, and reject the arrogance of one size fits all. Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Recognizing the Minister of Jobs and Economic Growth.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity. I wasn't going to speak to this bill, but my friend across the way inspired me, and so I appreciate his words. Honourable Speaker, I stand in support of this bill, and I'll start by saying that I was in Ottawa a few weeks ago and showed up, and of course when you show up, the building is stunning, and you walk in there, you're in a bit of awe, and there was 3 people walking, and one of them said, "Weren't you the housing minister from British Columbia?" And I said, "Oh yeah." I'm like, "Yeah, did they send a memo around or something that we were coming?" And he said, "I know, we're conservative staffers, and we wanted you to know that there's a lot of fans of the policies that you've brought in British Columbia amongst young conservative activists." And I just say that because here are these young conservative activists who understand that their generation is not going to get the same opportunities for housing as other generations, who want bold reforms to enable for more housing to be built. And here we have a Conservative Party in British Columbia who is campaigning to be the NIMBY Party of British Columbia, who is doing everything they can to block the ability for housing to be built, to slow housing to be built, Honourable Speaker. Now, I think it's important to state the facts of the changes that we've made. The changes we've made are to enable a more clear, concise way of getting housing built. It's very simple on its foundation. What it says is that people should have the right to be able to build housing on their property, and they should be able to know the rules and make sure that the rules are transparent so that when they go to build, they understand what that is. It's to ensure that communities have official community plans, and when they have the plans, they work the plans. Not go and engage the community and make an official community plan, and then, by the way, when your neighbor's house is being built and you don't like your neighbor or you don't like what they're building, then we're going to put up a block and stop it. What was the point of having an official community plan if you're going to do that? So the changes we brought in place essentially say, go and engage the community. Go and understand where they want the housing, where they want the parks, have land available for schools, for healthcare, identify where you want all these important pieces that build healthy communities. But when you have that, then step out of the way and let the private sector and not-for-profits build that housing. Now, the member kept referring to building ideology, that this government has a building ideology. I assume he means the ideology is, let's get building housing. I assume that's what he means by it. He didn't define what he means by building ideology, but I assume that because that's what we're doing. It actually is a pro-market, pro-not-for-profit housing policy that we've put in place. It's about creating certainty. It's about saying when we invest billions of dollars in transit, that we also build housing around it. And you know, I was thinking about this policy, and I thought, who else has policy like this? Well, the federal Conservative leader. He was also advocating for these policies. He was also advocating for housing to be built around transit because he understood that when billions of dollars are invested, that we should be building housing around it, getting people access to that transit, Honourable Speaker. It was the federal Conservative leader who also said we need more certainty and getting government out of the way. And now I hear from the opposition, no, that policy's bad. We need to get government more involved. Like, I just don't understand, Honourable Speaker, how the messaging changes from day to day. And the reality is the public knows where we stand. We stand on the side of young people who want housing in their community, who are worried that they're not going to get the same opportunities. We stand on the side of renters who know that when there's more housing supply available, that they have more power in the marketplace. We are standing on the side of people who understand that housing is fundamental and it shouldn't be bought up and run like hotel rooms when people in the community can't even get access to the housing. So that's what our policies are about. Our position is pretty clear. There's no flip-flopping. We've been pretty clear from the beginning. What I don't understand is what the opposition's position is. Do they believe in housing? The member mentioned BC Real Estate Association. They are, by the way, supportive of the changes we made. So if we had a roundtable with them, they would be saying, this is good. We need more certainty. We need more clarity. We need to ensure that everybody understands that these are the rules. And it's the same when we try to encourage large investments in this province. What do you need to do? You need to make sure that there's rules and people understand that there's certainty. That's what we're trying to do with housing. This should be supportable amongst everyone in this House. Everyone in this House should be able to support that. So, go back to the main points. Our changes that we've made around housing are significant. They're important. In fact, I would say fundamental to ensure that builders and not-for-profits can build housing. And then you'll hear from our friends on the other side of the spectrum who will say, well, it shouldn't just be the private sector. Well, guess what? We also have expanded not-for-profit housing at a scale not seen in the history of this province. We have more not-for-profit housing right now than any time before. Why? Because historic investments in affordable housing, historic investments in building housing on reserve, which, by the way, the federal government has a responsibility to do, and they don't do it to the level they need to, and so the province stepped in to say it's unacceptable. We need to do a better job. The Rental Protection Fund, Honourable Speaker, which allows not-for-profits to be able to go in, purchase buildings when they go on sale, keep them in the hands of not-for-profits. And I know members across the way appreciate the not-for-profits that run affordable housing projects in their communities. I know they do. Many of them go to their events. Many of them celebrate that, and it's good. I'm glad. We all should be doing that because we know that that housing is more likely to stay affordable for the long run than even the private sector housing. But our policies are about supporting both. And I always have said, and my colleagues have said, and the Premier has said, this is not about pitting private sector housing versus not-for-profit housing. When you are in shortage of housing because of decades of underinvestment, you need everybody working. And so our policies are about creating certainty. It's fundamental to create certainty, not only on decision-making, Honourable Speaker, but also involving innovation, technology, and then also to address speculation in the marketplace. We've addressed all those buckets. Now, the bill is an important piece of that. It's an important piece, it's an important next step of the work we have to do. And you know, it's challenging for me to hear, you know, the folks on the opposition say, you know, our view is to get out of the way of housing building, and then their platform says, get government out of the way. And then they come in the House, and the only arguments they make are about getting government more involved and getting more regulations and more blockages of housing being built. The contradiction. The contradiction. Now, there's a member across the way who says it's not true. I look forward to hearing the speech where they say we support more standardizing. We support more clarity of rules so local governments make it clear where housing can be built, how it can be built. That's what we've introduced. But every single day we hear block this, stop this, slow that down. We need to get building. That's the urgency we feel in government. We need to get things built. And every day we hear slow down. North Coast Transmission Line, let's delay it for 6 months. Let's slow it down. You know, for what reason? Well, no reason. 6 months just sounds like a good number. Makes no sense. Housing. Let's put clarity so we can get housing built. We get young families to be able to get into home ownership. No. We should do more consultation. We should do this, we should that. Honourable Speaker, That is not where the public is right now. The public wants us to see, they want to see action. And that's what this is about. This is what the Minister of Housing has brought forward. It's just another step for allow us to do that. And small-scale multi-unit housing, Honourable Speaker, is fundamental in that. Now, it's not that we have a vendetta against single-family homes. They're amazing. If you can afford a single-family home in a community, good. I'm happy for you. That's fantastic. But young people right now in many communities, they can't afford that. And so if you can build a triplex, a fourplex, and give 4 families an opportunity to have home ownership and stay in the community that perhaps they grew up in, or that their friends are living in, or where their employment is, what is wrong with that? Like, how did that become such a political hot potato that we have to debate the fundamental pieces of that? And I appreciate that some staff person downstairs probably handed folks a couple message box items and says, here, this is what you need to say. I know many of my colleagues across the way don't believe all this. It cannot. I have had the opportunity to meet with so many young people who are so proud of the changes we're making here. So many young people. They finally see hope. And it's, again, shocking to me to see how things are different. It's shocking to hear the federal Conservative leader advocating for policies like this, a BC NDP government delivering these changes, a Green Party in Ontario advocating for the same thing. And so it shows you that this type of policy, it crosses political lines, and people shouldn't just believe because of a party brand that they believe in one single thing or another, that they should look at their policies. And I think people at home who are pro-housing, who want to see certainty, whether it's around the rules or more certainty around the cost structures, should really pay attention to see who is advocating for what in their community. Because I know builders understand what we're doing. I know young families that are trying to get into the housing market understand what they're doing. I know not-for-profits understand what we're doing because they're seeing the benefits of it. I know First Nations communities understand what we're doing because they're seeing housing they haven't seen in decades, Honourable Speaker. And whether it's the changes around ensuring that we can continue to do this work and making sure that all communities are aligned, because nothing is more frustrating for communities who say, we're doing the right thing by approving housing, and why is the neighboring community not doing it? Why are we taking housing on in our community when our neighboring community is not doing that? It is everyone's responsibility to do that. And that's why this work is important. To ensure, and you know, short-term rentals comes up a lot. The vacancy rate in communities after we brought that in went from, in some cases, in Kelowna, I believe, was under 1% to almost 3%, Honourable Speaker. That means there was all this housing that came online. Now people will say, well, we need more hotel rooms. Yeah, we should build out hotel rooms. We should definitely do that, and it's happening. There's applications everywhere. If you have a home and you want to put a rental unit out, good for you. You can. Short-term rentals are available in British Columbia. We didn't go the New York model, which was just to say we're shutting it all down. We said we want to find a balance. But we said fundamentally we want to prioritize housing for people in our communities, Honourable Speaker. So I'm proud of this legislation. I felt I needed to correct the record of the doom and gloom that was told by my friend across the way. And we're going to continue to fight every single day to ensure that young people have hope, young people see an opportunity to have the ability to have home ownership here in British Columbia, that they see the opportunity to raise their families, just the way I was fortunate enough to grow up in these communities as well. So I want to thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the time. I want to thank the Minister for her excellent work. She is doing a fantastic job, and I've never had a doubt. And this is just another step in the progression of the important work we have to do. So thank you.
Recognizing the member from Surrey Serpentine River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today as a Conservative opposition critic for housing to speak to Bill 25, the Housing and Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act, on its second reading. This is a pivotal moment for British Columbia, as the decisions we make will shape the future of our communities, urban, rural, large, and small, for generations. So let me be unequivocal. This bill, as it stands, is a deeply flawed piece of legislation. It represents an overreach by this NDP government, undermining local democracy, ignoring the diverse and varying needs of our province, and it does risk unintended consequences that could harm the very families that it claims to help. I intend to lay out why we in the Conservative Party are concerned about this bill, why it fails British Columbians, and why it must be amended or rejected outright. Let's start with the bill's core purpose. Bill 25 amends the Local Government Act, the Vancouver Charter, and the Short-Term Rental Accommodation Act. Its stated goal is to remove barriers to small-scale multi-unit housing, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, by forcing municipalities with populations over 5,000 and within urban containment boundaries to allow these developments in areas previously zoned for single-family homes. It redefines restricted zones to target any area where residential use is limited to detached single-family dwellings, with exceptions only to manufactured home zones. Municipalities face a hard deadline of June 30, 2026 to update their zoning bylaws to permit these uses and density levels. If they fail, the minister, with cabinet approval, can step in and enact or amend bylaws to impose the required changes. A provincial override that strips away local control. Think about the timing of the force-fed ultimatum. 4 months before a province-wide local election, candidates all over this province trying to explain to the public that they fundamentally have zero control over land density in formerly single-family homes. I think that uproar is going to reach peak performance, just about the obligatory halfway mark of this government. The bill also expands Cabinet's authority to regulate housing unit form density and, critically, off-street parking requirements. As of June 30, 2026, municipalities are barred from requiring off-street parking or loading spaces, commonly called driveways, for these mandated multi-unit homes. Until June 30, 2027, or 1 year after future regulation deadlines, cities must rezone land to meet these requirements, even if it contradicts their official community plans. On short-term rentals, the bill extends tools to modern treaty nations through coordination agreements, allowing them to enforce their own laws with geographic flexibility. It redefines principal residence from the place where someone resides longest to the usual place where an individual makes their home. What does this even mean? On the face of it, there could be an argument that it favors First Nations flexibility over the broader community. Madam Speaker, these changes sound technical, but their real-world impacts are profound and troubling. Let's begin with one of the most egregious provisions, the elimination of off-street parking requirements, a driveway to park your car. This bill effectively declares war on vehicle owners in British Columbia by prohibiting municipalities from mandating parking spaces for these brand new duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes. The government is forcing increased density without addressing the inevitable fallout. In urban areas like Surrey, Burnaby, or Vancouver, where streets are already choked with traffic, this will lead to a parking crisis. Picture a family in a dense suburb like Fleetwood or Guildford, where every curb is now lined with cars from neighboring fourplexes. Any existing driveway gets blocked. Emergency vehicles struggle to navigate, and tradespeople plumbers, electricians can't find a spot to serve residents. For seniors or people with disabilities, this is more than an inconvenience. It's a barrier to accessibility. A wheelchair van or mobility scooter needs space to maneuver, but this bill assumes everyone can just walk or bike. That's not just impractical, it's discriminatory. It's an advisory design panel's nightmare, and a local government's authority is now fundamentally non-existent regarding these very important elements that constitute a neighborhood. Now let's consider rural British Columbia, where the impacts are equally severe. In communities like Prince George or Fort St. John, public transit is often limited or non-existent. Residents rely on vehicles for everything: grocery runs, doctor's appointments, school drop-offs. Yet this bill imposes the same no parking rules on small towns and rural areas as it does on urban cores. In a place like Dawson Creek or Quesnel, where lots are larger and infrastructure is stretched thin, forcing multi-unit housing without parking provisions is another recipe for chaos. Streets will be de facto parking lots, creating congestion and safety hazards. In wildfire interface zones, like those in the Caribou or Thompson Okanagan, cramming in denser housing without parking plans could impede evacuation routes, putting lives at risk. This bill's urban-centric approach betrays a complete disregard for rural realities, where distances are vast, services are sparse, and vehicles are a lifeline. This brings me to the bill's assault on local autonomy. If a municipality misses the June 30, 2026 zoning deadline or fails to comply with parking regulations, the minister, backed by cabinet, can dictate everything from form, height, density, and parking rules. This isn't a partnership. It's Victoria imposing its will on communities that know their needs best. And I quote from just today in this House, when the Minister of Health said regarding local governments, they know their communities best. Municipal councils are elected to represent their residents, to balance growth with livability, to account for local geography and infrastructure. In rural areas like the Kootenays, where sewer and water systems are often at capacity, in other places that rely on wells, forcing triplexes or duplexes or fourplexes could overwhelm utilities, leading to costly upgrades that taxpayers will foot. In urban areas like Coquitlam or North Vancouver, where lot sizes vary and traffic is already a nightmare, blanket density mandates risk turning stable neighborhoods into overcrowded zones with no regard for community character. The bill's treatment of official community plans, OCPs, is equally alarming. OCPs are the backbone of municipal planning, crafted through years of consultation with residents, with businesses, and with stakeholders. They reflect a community's vision, whether it's preserving heritage in Vancouver's Shaughnessy, protecting green spaces in Saanich, or managing growth in a small town like Smithers. Yet Bill 25 allows municipalities, demands municipalities bypass their OCPs to comply with these mandates. Worse, it gives a province the power to override local bylaws if councils don't comply fast enough. This undermines the democratic process, sidelining the voices of the residents who shaped those very plans. It's a top-down power grab that treats mayors and councils as mere administrators of provincial edicts rather than partners in governance. During the second reading of Bill 27, the Miscellaneous Statutes Amendments Act, just last week, in this House, the Minister of Housing said that act was, and I quote, respecting government-to-government relations, First Nations and local governments. How can respecting government-to-government relations be a priority in drafting that particular piece of legislation and be so incredibly absent in this bill? And in a recent statement last week, member from Nanaimo-Lansville acknowledged that success comes, and I quote, when we empower local people to lead. This is not that. Bill 25 is nothing short of an authoritarian power grab by the NDP, forcing every municipality to adopt the one-size-fits-all zoning regardless of community needs. And we know there are community needs. We know we need housing, but it removes them from their own input that they have been elected to administer. This strips away local control and treats elected councils like puppets. It is a Band-Aid on a bullet wound they inflicted themselves. We've got overlapping ministry approvals, endless red tape, costly changes to the building code, all of which has blocked units from being built. It is a social engineering forced unwanted changes on communities. Let's talk about the rural-urban divide, which this bill exacerbates. In urban centers, the push for density without parking will fuel, in fact, gentrification. Developers will exploit the no parking loophole to maximize profits, building multi-unit homes with minimal overhead, driving up land costs. It's not going to help, and pushing out long-time residents. In neighborhoods like East Vancouver or New Westminster, where affordability is already a crisis, it could accelerate displacement, not alleviate it. Meanwhile, in rural communities, the bill risks transforming the character of small towns. Single-family neighborhoods could be replaced with de facto overreach for these triplexes, duplex, and multiple. There is a place and a time for that construction. The timing is when we build outside of the existing small community neighborhoods. In places like Cranbrook and Terrace, where lot sizes and infrastructure aren't built for density. This is going to strain services, degrade livability, and erode the very sense of community that draws people to rural life. The bill's carve-out for manufactured homes is another point of concern. These zones, often mobile home parks, are critical, affordable housing options, especially in rural areas. Yet the bill excludes them from its density mandates with minimal protections, despite federal funding flowing to the manufactured homes. In communities like Parksville or Salmon Arm, where mobile home residents are often seniors or low-income families, this oversight risks displacement when developers target those zones for rezoning under other pressures. The government needs to clarify how it will protect these vulnerable communities and not leave them as an afterthought. On short-term rentals, The bill's provision for modern treaty nations are a step forward, granting them tools to enforce their own laws through coordination agreements. This respects Indigenous governance, which we support. However, the bill creates potential for overlap and confusion. By allowing different provisions across treaty lands, it risks inconsistent rules that could burden hosts and renters. Imagine a small business owner in Nisga'a lands trying to navigate conflicting regulations between their nation's laws and provincial ones. Without the clear coordination agreement, this could lead to compliance headaches, platform disputes, and enforcement gaps. The government must ensure these agreements are transparent and streamlined to avoid bureaucratic chaos. The redefinition of principal residence is a red flag. Previously, it was a place where someone resided for the longest period in a year, a clear, enforceable standard. Now it's vaguely defined as the usual place where an individual makes their home. What does that mean? A vacation property used a few months a year? A rental unit that somebody visits occasionally but considers it home? This ambiguity opens loopholes for short-term rental operators to skirt rules, and it seems to only advantage First Nations. Or does the definition help tourist-heavy areas like Tofino, Whistler, Kelowna, where short-term rentals were severely affected? Are we to interpret this as a welcome watering down of STR legislation? Because that would be welcoming. The bill's transitional, we'll get your chance in committee. And the bill's transitional provisions offers little relief. Heritage designations and revitalization agreements in progress are grandfathered, but new ones face restrictions. Extensions for compliance are only granted in extraordinary circumstances, leaving municipalities scrambling to meet arbitrary deadlines. And the extended powers for the registrar and the director under the Short-Term Rental Accommodations Act, limiting registration reviews to new evidence or prescribed grounds, and allowing public disclosure of personal information, raises privacy concerns. British Columbians deserve clarity on how their data will be handled, not vague assurances. So, Madam Speaker, let's talk about the broader context. British Columbia's housing crisis is real, and I acknowledge that to the other side of the House. In case they don't understand, we are in favor of more housing, just in the right context and with the right consultation. Families are struggling. Renters are facing higher costs. But this bill is not the answer. It prioritizes density over livability. It overrides local democracy, and it ignores the infrastructure needed to support growth. It's Bill 44 on steroids. Where are the investments in transit, bridges, highways, hospitals, or schools to handle these new units? Where is the consultation with municipalities to ensure these changes fit their unique needs? In urban areas, we need transit-oriented development, not parking chaos. In rural areas, we need tailored solutions that respect local realities, not blanket mandates from Victoria. We have just seen on the news recently another mayor, View Royal, announced he's not running again based on the interference, the overreach of this government. That's after long-term Mayor Richard Stewart from Coquitlam saying here today that that should give you pause is an enormous understatement. Illustrative of how far down this heavy-handed road we have gone is a comment from West Vancouver Mayor Mark Sager, who described in a recent letter from the housing minister regarding density in his city is insulting. He goes on to say that municipalities across BC are deeply offended by the province's approach, which undermines proper land use planning. The bill does assume a one-size-fits-all approach and thinks that that will solve a complex problem, but it risks creating new ones. In flood-prone areas like the Fraser Valley, denser housing without proper planning could exacerbate risks. In wildfire zones like Kamloops, it could complicate evacuations. For families, seniors, and people with disabilities, the loss of parking and increased congestion will make daily life harder. For small towns, it threatens the community character that defines them. And for municipalities, it's a slap in the face to their authority and expertise. We in the Conservative Party believe in housing solutions that empower communities, not dictate to them. We need a collaborative approach, working with mayors, councils, and residents to build affordable housing that fits local needs. We need infrastructure investments to support growth, not mandates that leave taxpayers footing the bill for upgrades. We need to protect vulnerable communities like mobile home residents and ensure First Nations powers are clear and effective, not mired in any red tape. Madam Speaker, I urge this House to reject Bill 25 in its current form or demand substantial amendments. Listen to the mayors who are already raising alarms. Surrey's Mayor Brenda Locke recently defined that it would cost $1 billion in infrastructure upgrades to do all of the mandates that are coming from this provincial government. Kelowna's Mayor Tom Dias and others who know their communities best. Listen to the residents who fear losing their neighborhood's character or their access to parking. Listen to rural British Columbians who feel ignored by this urban-centric bill. Affordable housing is indeed critical, but it must not come at the cost of democracy, safety, or livability. I call on the government to withdraw the bill or rework it with genuine, rigorous consultation. Our province really does deserve better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the Minister for Infrastructure.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. It is my pleasure to rise today to speak in favour of Bill 25, the Housing and Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act. Proposes amendments to two very important policies. One is amendments, one area of policy is around the Short-Term Rental Accommodations Act, and the other section of the bill or component of the bill is to make amendments to the small-scale multi-unit housing policies that our government brought in. In both cases, the intention behind the revisions really is to reinforce the effectiveness of the changes that we previously brought into force through this House. And in doing so, support British Columbians in improving their access to long-term, stable, secure housing that everybody who lives in British Columbia deserves to be able to afford. When talking about the small-scale multi-unit housing amendments, these changes are a part of our ongoing work to fix outdated zoning rules in order to help deliver the types of homes that people really need. And they are being tabled in response to what we have seen in some areas of the province as I guess, resulting in inconsistent implementation of where the small-scale multi-unit housing policies let me try that sentence again. These amendments are being tabled in response to what we have observed in some communities, which is the inconsistent implementation of our intended small-scale multi-unit housing policies. And we are clarifying that all lots zoned for single detached and or duplex homes in communities over 5,000 and within urban containment boundaries are subject to the small-scale unit housing, multi-unit housing law. So through this update, all local governments must allow for 3 to 6 housing units on a single-family lot, depending on the lot size and proximity to frequent transit. We're also expanding the list of provincial standards for small-scale multi-unit housing and include for standards to potentially be made mandatory in future regulations to increase density, allow more housing forms, and reduce parking requirements. I have actually had a surprising number of community members approach me over the last year or so, concerned about the way that local governments were implementing the small-scale multi-unit housing policies. And when I first learned about this new policy, when we first brought it into force, my expectation was that I would hear a lot from community members who were opposed to the small-scale multi-unit housing approach that we were taking. Instead, what I heard from these community members who came to see me was actually disappointment that the small-scale multi-unit housing policies weren't being followed by their local governments. And they had actually approached me for advocating for stronger enforcement of what they believed was a very good policy by the provincial government and better implementation, more consistent implementation at the local government level. And I'll tell you who these community members are, because I think a lot of people will hear this and they'll think, oh, it's just a bunch of developers doing a whole bunch of lobbying. But actually, the people who came to me were young working people who were looking to get into a property and purchase a property with the help of their more elderly parents and find ways to keep multi-generational families together on the same property without necessarily putting them in the same home. Now, I know a lot of us love our parents and our grandparents, and yet not all of us would appreciate being able to live 24/7 in the exact same space as our parents or grandparents. Many of these families, however, do want to keep their families close, and they see an opportunity to keep their larger multiple generations of families in one place. And they work together, they pool resources, and they're able to purchase a plot of land. And they see that this plot of land is a good plot of land and there's sufficient space for them to build a secondary suite and a coach house and maybe a secondary suite. And they imagine that they would be able, why wouldn't it be wonderful if we kept, our family with 2 kids in the main house and our in-laws in a 2-bedroom suite or a 1-bedroom suite below us, and another set of in-laws below us because they're getting older and we know that they're probably going to need a little bit of assistance in continuing to be able to live a dignified life. And on top of that, we have a younger brother who is looking to gain some increased independence, and wouldn't it be great if we could build a coach house on the same property and have him live there as well? In the absence of the ability to have multiple units on one lot, another option might be to buy a big old house and cram everyone in. I think it works for a lot of families to have all of these different families in one home, and yet it doesn't work for so many others. But I ask for those members who are opposed to the ability to build small-scale multi-unit housing, and the concerns that they raise about parking or all the other concerns that I've heard, like what's the difference when you have the same number of people on the same plot of land? Like the only, when it comes to some of those concerns, I mean, it seems like the real difference is how it impacts the quality of life of the people living on that land. I was really, I felt like I learned a lot from these young families and these multi-generational families who came to me to describe what their vision was and how hopeful they were when we brought in our small-scale multi-unit housing legislation, only to be quite disappointed that it wasn't being implemented consistently and what they felt was fairly across, in communities across the province. And so these changes being brought forward through Bill 25 intend to provide that greater clarity and provide that opportunity for more innovative forms of housing to be built for those residents in our communities looking for this housing. I will tell a more personal story. So I serve as the MLA for North Vancouver Lonsdale. I'm a cabinet minister, very grateful to be able to serve as a cabinet minister. And I and my family, we live in a 2-bedroom condo. Would not have been possible to purchase this 2-bedroom condo without support from my father, who helped me with the down payment. We live next to a family with 2 children, also in a very similar sized home. And I know from my past interactions with neighbors in our condo building that we have had families raise children in these 1 or 2 bedroom apartments for many years. I knew a family in my apartment complex, in our condo, that had, it was 2 parents, a teenage boy and a teenage girl, slightly younger than the boy, and they lived in a 2-bedroom condo until the son went to university, the 4 of them, and they made it work. It was difficult, but they made it work, and eventually they needed to upsize. And so this family beside me, their children were still young, and they were thinking of upsizing. We were quite close as families, and we thought, and we talked about it a lot, and we thought, my goodness, wouldn't it be great if we actually pooled our resources and maybe we could buy a house together? I don't know how many of you are familiar with real estate on the North Shore. It is very, very expensive. But we thought surely with 2 families worth of incomes, we could come together and be able to afford a modest house that could fit all of us. We could not make it work, right? We could not make it work. 2 full families and 2 professional, my household income is my salary as a cabinet minister, theirs is 2 professionals working together. You would think that with the combined gross incomes of 2 households, we might be able to make it work to purchase a modest house. We could not make it work. And so it is such a real, serious situation in North Vancouver and in so many other communities where even 2 families together can't get the math, can't get the financials to work out to purchase a home. And so the opportunity to potentially bring in a 3rd family or 4th family on a single piece of land it's a game changer for a lot of people. When we think about the kinds of people who approach me to talk about how expensive it is and how difficult it is for them to maintain housing in our communities. It's like healthcare workers, it's teachers, it's construction workers, they're firefighters and first responders, people who we desperately want and need to stay in our communities long term, that contribute to the health and wellness of our communities every single day. And through the actions of our government on housing, we have made a substantial difference. This small-scale multi-unit housing approach that we have been championing is one of those actions. And there absolutely are lots of people and families who see, who have a vision for how they can make this work for their families and other families who might join them in that work. The other component of Bill 25, the Housing and Municipal Affairs Statute Amendment Act, revolve around changes or amendments to the Short-Term Rental Accommodations Act. These were changes that we brought in a few years ago that helped to return so many rental accommodations back into the housing market. And it's based on the fundamental belief that homes need to be used to house people. They're not there to speculate with. And that's part of the reason why we put rules in to help rein in short-term rental homes, thereby opening more of these homes to long-term housing that people and families need. And so in order to support this ongoing work, through Bill 25, we are proposing amendments to better support clarity and fairness and making changes to help deter people from breaking the rules. So some of the proposed amendments will improve clarity by amending the definition of a principal resident to help existing or prospective short-term rental hosts more easily understand and comply with the Act. And I know that the vast majority of British Columbians, of business owners, of property owners want to comply with the rules if only they could have a clear understanding of what they are. And so that's what some of these proposed amendments will help provide that clarity. And it'll help ensure timely enforcement actions are, ensure enforcement actions are more timely and effective. We are also revising the process for reviews of registration and administrative penalty decisions, and this will help ensure consistency and fairness. And I know that that is also a fundamental value of all British Columbians, that rules be applied consistently and that we approach all matters with fairness. Improving access to information between government entities, that will help make sure that in order to make sure involved parties understand and are able to help with the consistent application of rules, I think that's also important for enforcement and compliance. So when we first brought in a lot of these short-term rental accommodation rules, I know that there was actually a lot of interest in them in my community. My community of North Vancouver, Lonsdale, primarily encompasses the municipal boundaries, it primarily includes residents of the City of North Vancouver. Now, my riding also includes some residents of the District of North Vancouver, but mostly it's the City of North Vancouver. And the City of North Vancouver, unlike what people might think of the North Shore of Vancouver, actually has a median household income that is below the provincial average and has a significant renter population. Over 50%, I think just around or just slightly over 50% of the population are renters. And so when the rental market is really tight and there are no options for people to stay in North Vancouver, what ends up happening, of course, is they leave North Vancouver. And I already spoke earlier to the fact that so many of these residents who are being pressured, like many other residents, but so many of them are our teachers and first responders and healthcare workers that we desperately need in the community. Lionsgate Hospital is a regional hospital that serves not only North Vancouver, but communities up the sea to sky. And of course, we are quite separated from the rest of the Lower Mainland because of the Burrard Inlet. People often speak to me about their concerns around emergency management. What happens to our ability to staff the hospital if the bridges go down in a catastrophic emergency? And the truth is that a lot of those staff members who work at Lionsgate Hospital and fill the positions, the frontline positions that we desperately need, do live off of the North Shore. I don't remember now the exact year that it happened, but it was a few years ago, and there was a terrible snowstorm. And the snowstorm was so terrible that that workers had difficulty traveling over the bridges to get to their shifts. And if I remember correctly, it was one of the only instances of the staffing situation at Lionsgate Hospital becoming so dire where they recalled workers who had just left their single, double, or quadruple, however many shifts that they had did, because they could not let their staff go because their replacements were stuck on the other side of the bridge. Those are the kinds of situations that happen when you rely on workers that can't afford to live in your communities. And so the actions that we have taken to increase the availability of housing in the rental market that have now started to bear success in actually decreasing the rental prices in the market are so critical to the health and wellness of our communities. And I know that the housing actions we're taking are working because I was speaking with the executive director of one of our nonprofit organizations that support vulnerable people in our communities, and they were describing to me situations where some of their clients that recently signed leases for their rental homes, actually being able to go back to their landlord to negotiate a decrease on their lease because they were able to demonstrate that the unit right next to them was actually coming onto the market for a substantially lower monthly rent than they had signed their lease for. And because, of course, there are costs to landlords for transition of tenancy, that landlord actually agreed to drop their rental rate after the tenant had already signed their lease in order to keep their renter from leaving their unit and moving next door. So we know that these policies are having an effect, and now is not the time to take our foot off the gas, because we also know that despite the successes, housing is still far too high. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is really a pleasure for me to be able to provide support to Bill 25. I know that there are other speakers that are looking to add their voice and perspectives on the changes being proposed, and I look forward to monitoring the progression of the bill through committee stage when we can hear the Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs provide some detailed responses to the questions and concerns that have been raised. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Minister. We're going to recognize one of our online participants, the member from Kelowna Mission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope you can hear me.
We can, member.
Excellent. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to Bill 25 and certainly appreciate all of the perspectives shared by members in the House today. I'll try to focus my comments on some broad commentary on the bill itself, as well as some specific opportunities for improvement and unaddressed issues that could be addressed as we make these changes. As several of my colleagues have pointed out, at its heart, Bill 25 reflects a broader pattern we've seen from this government, a centralizing, heavy-handed, one-size-fits-all approach that risks overriding local decision-making and diminishing the role of municipalities. British Columbia's communities and neighborhoods are not uniform. They differ in geography, infrastructure, housing markets, and local priorities. When legislation treats them as though they are all the same, it invites unintended consequences. And crucially, it erodes public trust in both levels of government, even where there are good intentions. Mr. Speaker, local leaders across British Columbia are voicing serious concerns about this government's approach, about provincial overreach and a one-size-fits-all approach. Take the mayor of View Royal, who recently said of the provincial government's housing legislation, quote, "One of the interesting observations that I have is I think we are starting to lose our grip on how fragile democracies really are," unquote. He went on to warn that the province, quote, "should not apply a one-size-fits-all approach to certain policies," unquote, and the cabinet has increasingly, quote, "isolated itself from local input," unquote. Those are damning comments, but they're not partisan complaints. They are cries of frustration from people on the front lines of local governance. And they echo what I and we have heard from mayors, councillors, and community leaders right across British Columbia. We all want to improve housing affordability, but we are growing deeply frustrated with this government's heavy-handed, top-down approach. Everywhere I go, from city councilors to neighborhood associations to heritage groups, I hear the same thing. Local governments are willing partners in tackling the housing crisis, but they're being treated like subcontractors, not stakeholders. Municipalities are being ordered to meet targets without being trusted to design solutions. Provincial edicts are replacing local planning, and the result is a growing sense that Victoria doesn't just want to coordinate. It wants to control. That's why it's worth taking a moment to talk about the principle of subsidiarity, a word that may not appear in the bill, but should be at the heart of debate around it. Subsidiarity means that decisions should be made at the lowest, most local level capable of making them well. It's not an abstract political science theory. It's a democratic safeguard. It recognizes that communities understand their own geography, infrastructure, and social fabric better than anyone sitting in a government office or a cabinet chair in Victoria. When you strip subsidiarity away, when you override local land use decisions and dictate zoning or density from the capital, you don't just risk poor outcomes. You risk eroding the very trust and consent that make good policy possible. Municipalities aren't the problem. They are the partners. They are the ones who deliver the infrastructure, manage the water and sewer systems, run the fire halls and recreation centers, and hold the public hearings where people actually show up. They are the level of government closest to the people, and they hear those people expressing their concerns more than we ever can from Victoria. To disregard that and to treat every community from Coquitlam to Kelowna to Kitimat as if it were interchangeable is not efficiency, it's arrogance. And let's be clear, we all share the same goal, to make housing more affordable and available for the next generation of British Columbians. But how we get there matters. The choice is between collaboration and command, between partnership and provincial overreach. The government's current trajectory tilts hard toward the latter, and the mayors, councils, and neighborhood leaders who have to implement these policies and bear the consequences are increasingly and rightly losing patience. Good housing policy is built together, not imposed from on high. It must be grounded in trust, transparency, and the understanding that local voices matter. That's the foundation this government is eroding, and it's why Bill 25, despite its intentions, represents a step in the wrong direction. Mr. Speaker, that brings me to my second concern, the missed opportunity to fix the Short-Term Rental Accommodations Act in a way that actually works for communities. If we're opening up this act and if we're tinkering around the margins, why not actually fix it? When this government first brought in the short-term rental restrictions, it argued they were necessary to free up housing supply. but it also promised that local conditions on the ground would be respected, that there would be room for made-in-community approaches. In Kelowna, that promise was crystal clear. During the last election, every NDP candidate in the region said they supported a, quote, made-in-Kelowna approach to short-term rentals. They didn't just say it once. They said it over and over and over again. They said it at events. They said it in debates. They said it in the media. And I'm pretty sure they meant it. Loyal Wooldridge, the NDP candidate for Kelowna Centre, said, quote, what I would say is it's reflecting a local sentiment for a made-in-Kelowna solution, unquote. He said, quote, Kelowna is also unique. It's a resort community, unquote. He said, after listening to visitors, small business owners, and students this summer, it is clear Kelowna-specific changes to the provincial short-term rental legislation are warranted, unquote. Those statements could not have been more explicit. And again, I think they were probably made in good faith. But then, Mr. Speaker, the Premier himself publicly contradicted that local message. He said, quote, I don't want anyone to get the impression that if we're elected in the city of Kelowna, that there would be a lifting of the Airbnb restrictions that we put in place. That's simply not the case, unquote. So, Mr. Speaker, which is it? Were local NDP candidates misleading the public, or were they themselves misled by the Premier and the Minister of Housing? I think that's a fair question. Because what we see in Bill 25 does not enable a made-in-Kelowna approach. It continues a made-in-Victoria approach. Here we are, a year after the election, a year in which my constituents, people in my community, were promised a made-in-Kelowna approach, were promised flexibility, were promised that we would be heard by this government and by the people they handpicked to run for them. Respected people they handpicked to run for them. People who put their reputations and their earnestness and their credibility on the line, committing to a made-in-Kelowna approach that this government has not followed through on. This government had the opportunity to fix the Short-Term Rental Accommodations Act. And in fact, the present bill is exactly that opportunity. They had the opportunity to return a measure of control to municipalities, to recognize local context, and to make implementation workable. Instead, the government missed that chance. Rather than empowering communities to tailor their own short-term rental policies, the government has chosen to maintain centralized, top-down rules that don't fit the diversity of every community, the needs of their local housing and indeed tourism markets, and the realities on the ground that are being wrestled through every day by municipal government and by local leaders and by local people. That is not collaboration, Mr. Speaker. That is command and control. And so, Bill 25 is a missed opportunity to return to the principle of subsidiarity and to give municipalities back even a few crumbs of control over their own communities. But, Mr. Speaker, I am not just here to criticize. I'm here to contribute. At committee stage, I will be putting forward 2 reasonable, incremental amendments that I hope the government will support because they're practical, balanced, and fully consistent with the stated goals of this legislation. I want to use debate on Bill 25 to draw attention to what this bill could have been and to highlight simple improvements that would make a real difference to municipalities like mine that need a made-in-Kelowna solution or a made-in-Vancouver solution or a made-in-anywhere solution, that need responsiveness to the local market conditions in our communities. And there is no reason for government not to enable that other than sheer stubbornness. So the first amendment that I will be moving is under Part 3, Division 2 of the Short-Term Rental Accommodations Act, under Part 3, Division 2 of the Short-Term Rental Accommodations Act, eligible municipalities can opt out of the principal residence requirement if their rental vacancy rate is 3% or higher for 2 consecutive years. As it stands, a council resolution must currently be submitted to the province by March 31st each year, and as the act is currently written, an approved opt-out takes effect on November 1st of that same year. My amendment will make a simple but important and very practical change. It would keep the March 31st submission deadline, but move the effective date for approved opt-outs from November 1st to May 1st of the same year. It's a minor change, but this isn't a trivial calendar tweak. It makes a huge difference for tourism-based communities. In places like Kelowna, Penticton, Tofino, and Whistler, the busiest months are May through September. Whether a community can open its short-term rental market for that season can mean the difference between a successful summer and an empty one. A summer where you could shoot a cannon through a winery, and where 9 of the 10 boats that would normally be rented are not on the lake in a community like Kelowna, and where we are missing out on all of the opportunity in a very, very substantial local tourism market. Local economies depend on being able to plan ahead. Staffing, bookings, marketing, and coordination with festivals, wineries, and sporting events all hinge on the summer window. When an opt-out doesn't take effect until November, it effectively pushes any local decision back an entire year. A May 1st start date restores that seasonal alignment. It allows communities that truly meet the 3% vacancy threshold to operate under locally appropriate rules in time for the peak tourism season, not long after it ends. It still preserves all the checks and balances. The March 31st deadline ensures municipalities act on fresh
Member,
CMHC.
apologies to interrupt you for a moment. I have to recognize the Minister of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. My request is a point of order. My request is that the member withdraw his comments about a member of the public misleading the public. Thank you. Misleading the public.
Member from Kelowna Mission, there was a comment made a few moments ago with respect to potentially the Premier and potentially a candidate misleading. The Minister of Emergency Management has requested that you withdraw. I'm wondering if you'd like to comment on that.
Certainly, Mr. Speaker. I don't intend to withdraw that comment whatsoever. In numerous public forums, as recorded and reported widely in the media, on video, in print, and witnessed by dozens, if not hundreds of people, local NDP candidates pledged that there would be a Made in Kelowna solution for short-term rental brought forward under this government. And that didn't happen. So I can't really see how that could be interpreted as anything other than misleading. So no, I certainly don't intend to withdraw those remarks.
Minister of Emergency Management.
Thank you kindly. The honour of this House is not typically used to impugn members of the public who don't have the opportunity to be here to defend their honour. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Members, I appreciate the comments made by member from Kelowna Mission. Certainly am aware of the point of order by the Minister, and I will suggest that it would be great if we all choose to not use that term of misleading, but in this case, this is a disagreement between two members, and I think the Chair will not rule on this. Member from Kelowna Mission, if you would carry on, please. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem at all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, or Mr. Chair in this case. I will carry on. As I was saying, a May 1st start date restores the seasonal alignment. It allows communities that truly meet the 3% vacancy threshold to operate under locally appropriate rules in time for the peak tourism season, not long after it ends. It still preserves all the checks and balances. The March 31st deadline ensures municipalities act on fresh CMHC vacancy data, typically released in February. It allows adequate time for councils to consult, debate, and pass a resolution. And it applies only to opt-out communities, not those opting in. This change doesn't weaken the legislation. It makes it functional and more responsive. to market realities based on evidence.
Members, Kelowna Mission
from-
has the floor. I would appreciate if I could hear his debate. Sorry, Kelowna Mission, carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This change doesn't weaken the legislation. It makes it functional. It respects the diversity of British Columbia's communities, from resort towns to university cities, where timing truly matters. I hope that the minister and the government will support this amendment because it is narrow, administratively sound, and clearly in the public interest. In fact, this was exactly the sort of change that I hoped we might see from this government last year after the election. It appeared that the government was entrenched and unwilling to consider evidence that was plain as day of the negative effects that their legislation was having on tourism-driven communities like mine. I assumed they were merely being stubborn because there was an election on, and most people in my community hoped that based on the clear commitments made by local NDP candidates, we thought that some kind of reasonable change along these lines might well be made after the election with the benefit of the opportunity for further discussion. So that's exactly why many people in Kelowna felt as if they were misled by this government and by local NDP candidates who, again, very clearly committed to a Made in Kelowna solution that would enable us to have a balanced approach to short-term rental that was in line with the commercial realities on the ground and the housing realities on the ground in Kelowna. And that's exactly why I'm bringing forward this very incremental, simple amendment, which I'll be bringing forward during committee stage. And I certainly hope that the members opposite will keenly support this amendment, make sure that it is brought forward without any concern, and make sure that it is passed, because it is a simple, eminently practical amendment that would make this legislation more workable and more practical, and would be one step closer to the kind of made-in-community, practical, balanced solutions that this government talked about when it first brought forward this legislation. I will also be bringing forward another amendment during committee stage, which I hope will similarly be greeted with a positive reception by government, because it is eminently practical, and in particular because it is eminently practical for the needs of the community that the Minister of Housing serves and previously served on City Council in. My second proposed amendment to be brought forward would create a municipal event exemption under Part 3, and it would of the STRAA. This would empower municipalities to temporarily relax or adjust short-term rental rules during major events, events that create short, predictable spikes in accommodation demand. I'm talking about FIFA-level tournaments, international concerts, or large cultural festivals, events where existing hotel capacity simply cannot meet demand and where there is no market case for a permanent expansion, when what is needed is, in fact, surge capacity to meet tentpole, high-level demand for major events. To put that in context, a Deloitte report commissioned by Airbnb estimates a 70,000 night shortfall for 7 FIFA matches upcoming next year. The idea of the amendment I will be bringing forward is to allow municipalities, by resolution, to apply for a temporary exemption so they can issue short-term rental permits for the duration of those events. This means delegating authority to municipalities so that they can define their own event windows and regulate them appropriately. In practice, municipalities would cap the total exemption period to no more than 45 days per year. They would define how many days before and after a major event an exemption applies in order to make sure that the opportunity for knock-on tourism is able to be captured, not only by hosts, but also by the broader tourism market in the subject community. They would identify eligible events or event categories, and they would report to the province, which would accept temporary permits as valid STR registrations under the Act, subject to a nominal processing fee. In my view, this proposal is practical, time-limited, and locally accountable. In fact, it exemplifies the kind of made-in-community solution that would make a tremendous difference for communities that do have these kinds of tourism surges. This is exactly the kind of made-in-community solution that folks in Kelowna thought they were being offered by this NDP government during the last election, only to be misled or confused because, again, either local candidates had been given wrong information or they were giving wrong information to the public. And again, just to reiterate one more time, this is why people felt misled, because practical, sensible ideas that make sense in community, we all thought those would be brought forward. The community seemed to be promised that there would be a mechanism for that to happen. And a lot of people felt very burned, very confused, and very misled by this government and by people that spoke for it during the election last October. So this proposal is practical, time-limited, and locally accountable. It lets cities like Vancouver, Kelowna, Penticton, or Whistler manage short-term rental demand during major events without undermining housing affordability year-round. It's the kind of smart flexibility that respects both the housing market and the tourism economy. And that is, again, why I hope what we will see from this government is a willingness to work constructively and to use Bill 25 as a mechanism to bring forward some very simple changes that would make a really big difference for communities like mine. Mr. Speaker, these two amendments are not radical. They're reasonable, administrative, and community-driven. They do not weaken this government's housing framework. In fact, they strengthen it and they make it more practical and more workable for local communities. They do not erode provincial oversight. They make it more effective. And they do not pick political fights. They build bridges between provincial and municipal government. Adopting even one of these changes would signal that this government is in fact willing to listen, collaborate, and adjust, to work with local governments and local stakeholders rather than over them. That is how we rebuild trust. That is how we strengthen democracy, and that's how we ensure housing and community policy truly works for the people we all serve. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, members. I'm going to once again make a warning with respect to the language around misleading. I can appreciate that we are having a conversation this afternoon about members that are potentially individuals that are not members of this House. The allegation that any member of this place is misleading anyone is obviously not appropriate and not welcome here. But I would suggest that the language itself, I'm going to contemplate it a little bit and potentially come back with some more conversation on this, but I would encourage members to steer away from that kind of language. Thank you very much. Recognizing the member or the Minister of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I was going to welcome some visitors in the gallery, but they appear to have had their fill of this chamber at the moment and have probably moved on in their very excellent tour today. I'm so pleased to be here on the territory of the Lekwungen people, the Songhees and Esquimalt First Nations, to be able to voice my support for this really important bill. Housing is so foundational to all of our society's wellness. The roof over your head, oh, and there's bells, so I'm going to pause just a moment and let the bells clear through.
Thank you. Minister, just hold on for those bells.
The bells, the tolling of the bells. Thank you. Just to continue, I'm very pleased to be able to support this bill. I think that Bill 25 is an important piece on securing housing for people. When people have security of housing, they have security, they have peace of mind, they have wellness. We know that shelter is the foundational piece to people and families being productive and safe in their communities. And this is another important piece. In particular, the amendments to the short-term rental accommodations, I think is really important. And to set the context for the importance of this, my community is the community of Richmond. And with the proximity to the airport and a number of different modes of transportation, you can imagine that there's quite a lot of interest in setting up homes as investment properties and using them like hotels. And that had been very devastating for our community for a number of years. People led to the feelings of being unsafe in their community because there was people transiting in and out all the time. People in condos finding it very disruptive because you would have people coming in twice a day. There'd be cleaners coming and going. It was just quite disruptive and not healthy for our community. We need housing for our teachers. We need housing for our city workers. We need housing for the people that work in our medical offices to make sure that our appointments all run on time. And that housing was being used up in a way that wasn't healthy for our communities. It was being used as hotels, and homes should be for people. So these amendments are really important, that we're putting the focus of homes for people and saying that speculation does not belong in our housing stock. We want visitors. In fact, Richmond is building more hotels, has new hotels with a really healthy vacancy rate for the Hotel Association. They're quite happy with the number of visitors that we're getting. But we need to support ongoing short-term rental accommodations that are clear to understand, and that when there are bad actors, is that we can take action to make sure that we're moving them along, and saying that, you know, you can have an investment, but the investment vehicle isn't going to be a home that people can live in. We are also making sure that this amendment makes all sections of the Act available to modern treaty nations, so that Treaty First Nations can also have the benefit of being able to apply Short-Term Rental Accommodations Act on their lands. That's going to really help communities protect that long-term housing, whether it's for rent or for purchase. It's going to improve the enforcement of rental rules. I know that that's definitely been a struggle for some local governments because it takes such a lot of resources to be able to investigate and prosecute these egregious, at times, uses of homes for short-term rentals. This is also going to support Indigenous self-governance. So a very important principle here in British Columbia, that we work in partnership, and these tools that are available to local governments across BC being available to Treaty First Nations is really important. It helps people be able to find a home that they love in their community, to be able to put roots down, to grow that community. I know that we're all very proud here. Everybody is proud here of their community. It's home, right? It's the best place on earth for us, and everybody should have that opportunity to put down roots, to volunteer, to have a job, to be connected to our family and our friends, and making sure we're protecting our rental stock is part of that. So the proposed amendments are going to improve the clarity for existing and prospective short-term rental hosts. And it's also going to provide new tools for deterring people from wanting to break those rules. The compliance and enforcement actions that are in legislation already are for during an investigation process. And we're finding that what would be really helpful is that those compliance and enforcement provisions would be for people that are registering, so that registration process, that integrity of that process is from the very beginning, to help have less conflict within the system, reduce the amount of compliance and enforcement that has to happen, because you're working really strongly up front to make sure that that integrity of process is there. I did touch briefly on tourism. Richmond is very much a tourist destination. I'm sure that everybody here has traveled through Richmond. I'm seeing nods, right? We've got the Dumpling Trail, we've got Steveston Heritage Sites, lots of really good things to do and to eat. And tourism is very important for our community and many other communities in BC. These amendments will not have an impact on the tourism sector. This is part of enforcement and regulation of existing laws. We already see today 23,000 short-term rental listings. They're legally operating in the province. It's really important to know that. This is still part of our rental accommodations for visitors in our province. A significant number of them, 23,000 short-term rental units. And we want to help people operate legally and in a way that doesn't cause detriment to our ability to have integral communities that are supportive for people and families. We already have an exemption in the legislation for strata hotels, because we know that strata hotels are part of how visitors come into BC. I know that my family, because we're a family of 5, we're a little bit big for a hotel room. It gets a little tight. That these strata hotels have a little bit bigger accommodation, often kitchens in them. And it is an important part of tourists in BC, particularly those of us with a little bit bigger families. Some of the amendments that are going to be, if this bill is passed or come into effect, is the definition of principal residence. I think that it's important that wherever possible is that we have alignment between different acts. And so the proposed amendment definition is going to be the same as that used in the Landowner Transparency Act, the Homeowner Grant Act, the Property Transfer Tax Act, the Land Tax Deferment Act, and so that consistency and clarity will really help people that are considering or applying for short-term rental on their principal residence to understand exactly what it is. Because, life circumstances change. Your principal residence in a calendar year could change. You could move, you could get married or divorced, and so that principal residence needs to be consistent across many acts so that it reflects the lived reality of people. Because, I'm sure, as everybody knows, life can come at you pretty hard and fast, and not having any unclarity. We want to have as much clarity as possible is really, really important for folks. So this change is going to make the Act easier to follow for current and new short-term rental hosts, and it will make it easier to assess and verify if any contraventions of the Act have taken place. And I think that that's really important. By and large, people are really good and responsible, and they're doing the right thing. There are bad apples. There's bad apples out there. And I know that there's quite a lot of resources that are put in from municipalities to try to deal with that. But this helps us as a province support municipalities, support that enforcement to make sure that that everybody is being treated fairly, that those bad apples are dealt with appropriately. Because if that wasn't the case, it would be really unfair for the people who are, by and large, following the rules and doing a really good job of providing short-term rental accommodation in compliance with all of the rules that have to happen. So I just, I think it's important that the regulations, the Act is amended. Because that administrative penalty needs to be consistent across the acts and have consistent definitions. It really helps for everything. And I know in Richmond, it's been very important for us. When I was in local government, there was significant consternation before this act was passed originally about how do you manage what feels like such an overwhelming onslaught of short-term rentals, hollowing out neighborhoods. So the short-term rental rules have really helped housing availability and affordability. The number of short-term rental listings has dropped. We're really seeing that drop in whole home short-term rentals. And I think that when short-term rentals first came out, the intention had always been that, I think it came out actually as couch surfing. And you got a spare room in your house. And then it turned into, you've bought an entire home. Maybe it's got a hot tub. Maybe you're listing it across multiple platforms. And then it really is not the spirit of what our communities need. Our communities need people that live in them day in and day out, contribute to our society, have jobs and families and go to school. That's what we need. And these amendments are going to help make sure that is applied fairly and consistently and really supports that benefit. So I'd also like to talk about small-scale multi-use unit housing because we're really seeing an unwillingness from some communities. By and large, communities are supportive. They're making the changes. They're doing what they can to increase the housing stock. But we're seeing a couple holdouts, and that's just not fair. For the communities that are doing the heavy lifting, to have a community right next door say, I don't feel like it, it's unfair. We all need to do our part to make sure that there are homes and communities that people can afford, kids, and I say kids, I mean young adults that are moving out for the first time, seniors who are downsizing, somewhere that's not a detached house. They're looking for opportunities. And I think that small-scale multi-unit housing is an opportunity there. And so, I think that we've seen a lot of progress. We've seen a lot of improvement in the old zoning rules so that people can get the housing that they need. That home that they love in the community they love, so they can put down roots like I've talked about before. It's really important that we're removing those barriers to small-scale multi-unit housing. We've embarked on quite a lot of work on that. It's not done yet. We're ensuring that we are creating the space for multi-unit housing to be developed because we are finding that some communities have really entrenched single-family home areas and are not considering the impacts to those communities. And I have seen areas where it's single-family housing and they're becoming, I don't want to use the word desert, but they're becoming a bit lonely, There's less people in them. There are less kids in the neighborhood, making it, lively. And having that middle-size housing is really important for the young people starting out, for the young families, for seniors that don't need, a giant space anymore. This is opportunity. So these amendments are going to help ensure that there is consistency across municipalities so that all lots that are zoned for single detached or duplex houses in communities that are over 5,000 people or within an urban containment boundary, so that we are seeing these small-scale multi-unit houses in a variety of areas, because it's important. It's important that we have a diversity of housing in every neighborhood. In Richmond, when neighborhoods were first going in, that was one of the things that they were thinking about. And The old neighborhoods in Richmond would have ranchers, they'd have duplexes, they'd have fourplexes, they'd have bigger detached houses and smaller detached houses. And that principle somewhere along the way has been a bit lost. And so making sure that we are having consistency across communities is going to really help that. Understanding that people have different backgrounds, they have different needs, different needs for spaces, different affordability levels. They might want to live near their job or their school or near grandma and grandpa. I know that I really appreciate living near grandma and grandpa. They help. My mom and dad help with the kids quite a bit, and having that opportunity for intergenerational connection is really important for many, many families. So, allowing more diverse housing forms is going to be really helpful. It'll end restrictions on the kinds of housing or limitations on the number of housing units on a single lot. It's also going to reduce parking requirements, and I think that this is important because developers are going to want to supply what people want. And so depending on where you are in a city or town, you might have a different need. And so I know many people that live near rapid transit, near SkyTrain, and they don't even own a car. And then I know people that are much farther out, and they do. And so I think developers are really sensitive to the fact that if they provide a housing unit in a place where you have to have a car with no parking, it's not going to be a very popular. It's not going to be a very popular unit, and they might not sell it for the price that they're hoping for. So I think that there's definitely a lot of recognition that flexibility is important, and that developers aren't going to build a product that's not going to sell. So making sure that the parking requirements are flexible is important. And then, as I said before, the continuity between all municipalities. Make sure that it's a level playing field for all local governments, and that all people in different areas have the same opportunity. So that if you are living, in Richmond or Burnaby, you have the same opportunity as somebody in any other community to have that opportunity for small-scale multi-unit housing. So, I really have to compliment most local governments have really undertaken these changes. They've been good partners. They recognize the housing crisis in their community. They're willing to roll up their sleeves and do the work that's necessary to have healthy communities where people can live and work and play, and ensure that they're putting down roots and contributing the way that we all do when we're in the place we love best. Not all communities did that, though. Some local governments really interpreted our requirements quite narrowly and did not allow small-scale multi-unit housing on all lots where they're single-family or duplex lots. And so we want to make sure we're having these neighborhood-friendly houses. It's really important that townhomes and homeplexes are consistently allowed throughout British Columbia. People need homes to live in. They need homes to live in, and we want to support the development of those homes with local government. We've provided a number of resources to local government to make sure that this is moving forward in a way that's supportive of that growth. We've provided $51 million to 188 local governments in BC in January 2024 to do planning work, researching, and engaging with their communities. We wanted to support that work, make sure that it's done in good time, and make sure that we can move forward together on these necessary changes. And that is building on the already supported $1 billion through the Growing Communities Fund to local governments, so that we can support communities in the way that they know best, supporting them in the choices that they know that they need to build infrastructure or get equipment or whatever it is that they need to support the additional people that are coming to British Columbia. And they're coming to British Columbia. That's the thing. They're coming to British Columbia. And if we fail to address the changes that we're seeing, it's just going to get worse. And We are already seeing an improvement with many of the changes that have been made with small-scale multi-unit housing, with short-term rentals, and other important work. And so making sure that we're not taking our foot off the gas, that we're continuing to make progress to deliver homes that people need is so important. And I know that that really strikes to the heart of many people. Many people that want to work in their community. They don't want a long commute. You know, at one point I was working in downtown Vancouver, and I was working with somebody who was commuting from Mission. And his commute was not, it was not what I would call a favorable commute. But people do that because they, you know, that's the passion that they have for their job, or that's the job that sustains their family. And so making sure that people can have opportunities to live in the communities they work, or be close to their family, their loved ones, and have the supports that they need, because our communities sustain us. Our network of support is so important. It is a predictor of health. It's a predictor of mental wellness, and housing is foundational to that. So, you know, I think that it's really important that we all support Bill 25. It's important work to continue to make progress on the challenges that we're facing. We are turning a corner. We're making progress. We're seeing vacancy rates improve. We are seeing rents slowly coming down. I think it would be a real challenge if we were to let our foot off the gas at this point. So we continue to do this really important work with these amendments in Bill 25. I'm very supportive. I'm hopeful that the entire House is supportive because of the importance it is for each one of us. Each one of us in this House knows how important housing is in their communities. This bill is going to keep making progress, and I'm very much looking forward to that. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Member. Recognizing Bulkley Valley's Takeen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my remarks are going to be largely in rural British Columbia from my community, but I would just like to listen to the words that the former member had talked about earlier when he was talking about young conservatives wanting to live next to transit. And I think that that's probably great and it's probably true, but let me tell you about transit in the village of Telkwa. So transit in the village of Telkwa is in the parking lot next to the post office. And on one side is the old school, which is now the museum. So there's not going to be housing built next to transit in the village of Telkwa or in rural communities in northwest British Columbia. So this act is changing the rules for municipalities. It is not just concerning, it's deeply troubling. It doesn't just add a few planning rules, it completely undermines the voice of the people who live in our towns, our villages, and our cities. It takes decisions that should belong to local councils and local taxpayers and hands them to the province. People live or move to a community because they like what the community offers. They choose it. They build their lives there. Maybe it's because of schools, the community spirit, or the sense of safety, or the outdoor space. Maybe it's the slower pace or the pride that comes from knowing your neighborhoods and helping them out when they need it. That's what makes small communities special. A person who chooses to live in downtown Vancouver or Burnaby is looking for a different experience than someone who settles in Telkwa or Houston or Vanderhoof. That's part of the richness of British Columbia. We're not all the same, and yet this bill treats us like we are. It tells local governments that Victoria knows better than they do what kind of housing density and parking is right for their towns and communities. Mr. Speaker, that's not just wrong, it's dangerous. I spent 20 years on my local council in Telkwa, most of that time as the mayor. I saw firsthand how decisions made from far from home can have huge impacts on the people who live closest to them. The best decisions, the ones that really worked, came from local people. Through local discussions, in council chambers, at open houses, and yes, even over coffee at the local diner. When government starts to govern from a distance, from a warm and comfortable office in Victoria, it loses sight of the people who actually live with the consequences. It becomes abstract.
It becomes policy instead of community, policy and bureaucracy that never take precedence over the needs, desires, and expectations of the communities and the people we represent. And that's exactly what this bill does. What I hear again and again from mayors and councillors and residents across the north is the same thing. The province isn't listening. They're making decisions without being in the room. They're legislating through a screen. They become virtual, armchair decision makers, deciding what's best for communities they don't live in and don't fully understand. I'll give you an example. Imagine a senior, someone's mother, grandmother, moving to a small home that under these new rules has no parking space. In the Lower Mainland, maybe that's fine. There's transit, there are buses, trains, bike lanes. But in the north, we have snow and ice and long distances. The previous member talked about commutes. We don't have buses coming every 10 minutes. That senior still needs to drive, or at least have someone pick them up. Do we really want our parents or grandparents walking across an icy street in January carrying groceries because the government decided we don't need off-street parking anymore? That's not thoughtful planning. That's not safety. That's ideology over reality. This bill sets a deadline, June the 30th, 2026, not so far away, for every municipality to change its zoning bylaws to allow more dense housing on single-family lots, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes. And if a municipality doesn't do it, the minister can step in and rewrite the bylaws themselves. So does that mean they're actually going to give them out planning grants so that they can redo their bylaws and their OCPs? Just think about that for a moment. Local governments elected by local people after consulting with their residents can have their decisions erased by a cabinet order. That's not partnership. That's a provincial takeover. What's even more concerning is that the government can do this without returning to the legislature, without debate, and without local consultation. The minister can simply decide that a bylaw needs to be changed, and it's done. Local democracy, gone. I have serious concerns about the direction this government is taking. This is another example of one-size-fits-all policy that might work in Vancouver, but simply does not fit the north, the interior, or smaller communities. In my time as mayor, I learned that a lot of local councils understand their communities better than anyone. They know where the water lines are. They know which roads flood, where the traffic backs up, and where the infrastructure just isn't ready for development. They know which neighborhoods are struggling and which ones can grow. This government sitting hundreds of kilometers away doesn't know that. They see maps, spreadsheets, and averages. They don't see the frost heaves, the gravel roads, or the lack of bus stops. And yet they're the ones writing the rules. Under this bill, Cabinet can set regulations for how much density must be allowed, what form the housing must take, and even how much parking or how little a development can have. Starting in June 2026, municipalities won't be able to require off-street parking for the new small multi-unit homes. That might not sound like a big deal in Victoria, but in the northern communities, it's massive. We rely on vehicles for everything, to get to work, to take kids to school, to buy groceries, to see a doctor, and our winters are long and harsh. Snow, ice, and freezing rain are facts of life, and long distances are involved. This is not just a war on cars, it's literally a war on how we live in the northern and rural communities of BC. So what happens when every street fills up with parked cars because there's nowhere else to put them? Snowplows can't clear the roads, ambulances can't get through, seniors can't walk safely, and the frustration will land right on the doorstep of mayors and councils who no longer have the authority to fix it. That's what happens when you take power away from the people closest to the problem. I also want to talk about the financial side of this. Every new housing unit, every new fourplex or triplex requires infrastructure, water, sewer, power, road access. In some small communities, those systems are already stretched thin. We don't have billions in surplus to expand them, not even thousands. Local councils are already struggling to maintain what they have. So who pays for all this new density? Not the province, the local taxpayers. That's what makes this bill so unfair. It forces local governments to take on the responsibility of new growth, but strips away their ability to plan for it in their own terms. It's like being told to drive faster while someone else takes the steering wheel. But let's be clear, we do want housing, we do support housing, but it has to meet the needs of the communities that we live in. We're also seeing how this bill pushes small communities towards higher density and in some cases manufactured home zones. What people call trailer parks, now there's nothing wrong with manufactured homes, they provide affordable housing options. But forcing that model on communities as a replacement for thoughtful planning just isn't the answer. It changes the look and feel of towns that people have spent generations building. When I was the mayor, we worked hard to make sure that growth fit our community. We made sure new development didn't overwhelm our roads or our water systems. We made sure it respected the people who were already there. This bill takes that balance away. It tells communities you don't get to decide what fits anymore. We'll decide for you. And our community is split by a river, so we have bridges to consider, congestions, and a train track as well. It's frustrating, Mr. Speaker, because this government talks about local collaboration all the time. They talk about reconciliation, about partnership, about consultation. But where is it here? I've spoken with mayors and councillors who found out about these changes only after the bill was tabled. There was no conversation, no warning, no opportunity to raise concerns before the legislation was introduced. That's not consultation, that's dictation. And what happens if a municipality can't meet the 2026 deadline? Maybe they're short on staff. Maybe they're dealing with wildfires, flooding, or rebuilding critical infrastructure. The bill says they can apply for an extension, but that's only if the minister allows it. Once again, it's Victoria holding the power, not the people doing the work. This is not the first time we've seen the province interfere with municipal planning, but it's one of the most aggressive examples yet. Councils are elected to represent their residents, not to serve as a middle manager for government policy. I keep coming back to the same point. One size does not fit all. We cannot treat Prince George, Burns Lake, Telkwa, and Fort St. John the same way we would treat Burnaby or Vancouver. Our challenges are different, our geography is different, our weather is different, and our communities are different. It might make some sense to limit parking in downtown Vancouver where transit is abundant, but in my community, that's not realistic. It's not safe, it's not fair, and it doesn't even reflect how people live their daily lives. And when local councils push back, when they say this won't work for us, they shouldn't be overruled, they should be heard. And transit at home is Monday to Friday from 8 until 4 o'clock. Nothing on the weekends, nothing for seniors on the weekends. That's what we have for transit. This bill also creates a worrying precedent for future legislation. If the province can override local governments on zoning and density, what's next? Will they start dictating where schools go, how emergency services are delivered, where businesses can operate? Local autonomy matters. It's not just a principle, it's a protection for democracy. It ensures that people making the decisions are the ones who have the answers for them. When I was the mayor, I knew that if a decision I made didn't sit right with people, they'd fast tell me. Sometimes they'd stop me in the grocery store or on the street. That's accountability. That's real, it's personal, and it's effective. You don't get that when decisions are made hundreds of kilometers away by people who never face the public that they're affecting. Mr. Speaker, rural and northern communities are not against growth. We want new housing. We want young families to move in, businesses to expand, and communities to thrive. But it has to be done thoughtfully with input from the people who actually live there. Housing isn't just about numbers, it's about people, neighborhoods, and community character. It's about making sure growth strengthens a community instead of eroding it. This bill does the opposite. It erodes trust, it erodes autonomy, it erodes the connection between people and the governments closest to them. We don't need more bureaucracy, we need more partnership. We don't need more rules from Victoria, we need more respect for local knowledge. And we don't need deadlines and threats, we need collaboration and understanding. If this government truly wants to solve the housing crisis, it should start by listening, not dictating. It should provide funding for infrastructure, not unfunded mandates. It should strengthen councils, not strip away their authority. We in the North want to be part of the solution. We have ideas, experience, and a willingness to build. But we want to do it in the way that fits our land, our people, and our way of life. Our communities are strong because they are self-reliant. They work together, they solve problems. They don't need Victoria telling them who they are or how they should look. So, Mr. Speaker, I say again, this bill is deeply concerning. It takes too much power away from local governments and concentrates it in the hands of the province. It risks turning small town councils into bystanders in their own communities. It forgets that the best decisions come from the ground up, not from the top down. We need housing, yes, but we also need balance, fairness, and common sense. We need a government that respects the people it serves and the communities they've built. I hope as this bill moves forward, the government takes a step back and listens, really listens to those on the ground, to the mayors, the councillors, and the planners, and the residents who know what their communities need. Because if we lose the local voice, we lose something far greater than just planning authority. We lose part of what makes our province strong, the connection between people and place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Member. Recognizing the MLA from Langley Walnut Grove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to speak on Bill 25, the Housing and Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act 2025. A bill that, while presented as a technical measure to accelerate housing development, represents in its first 5 clauses, which is the extent of what I'm going to speak about today, a serious and troubling example of provincial overreach, something that is unfortunately not new to this government. I'll preface this speech by saying I live in a very multi-generational home. I co-own my home with my parents who are aging in place on the first floor, and me and my adult children live upstairs. I understand the constraints of home ownership within the Lower Mainland. As elected officials, we have the duty to not only examine what a bill claims to do, but to scrutinize how it does it, to consider whether it respects the principles of good governance, local accountability, and democratic restraint. Mr. Speaker, clauses 1 through 5 of Bill 25 fail that test. They expand provincial power in ways that undermine the autonomy of our municipalities and concentrate decision-making in the hands of a few ministers and the provincial cabinet. That is not modernization, that is centralization, and it should give every member of this House reason for pause. Let me begin with Clause 1. This clause amends Section 481.3 of the Local Government Act and rewrites the framework for small-scale multi-unit housing, or what the government has dubbed the missing middle. But in doing so, the province assumes authority over definitions and classifications that have always been the domain of local governments. It redefines what constitutes a restricted zone and how such zones are to be interpreted, effectively telling every community in this province how to zone their land. Now, no one denies that the province is the legal authority to amend the Local Government Act, but legal authority is not the same as legitimate authority. Municipalities are the level of government closest to the people. They deliberate in open chambers. They are directly accountable to residents who live with the consequences of their decisions. When this government dictates from Victoria what types of housing must be permitted and where, it strips local councils of their most essential function, the ability to plan for their communities in a way that reflects local conditions, infrastructure capacity, and public input. Mr. Speaker, efficiency is no substitute for democracy, and Clause 1 replaces local judgment with centralized prescription. Clause 2 deepens this problem. It extends the regulatory powers of the Lieutenant Governor and Council, in other words, Cabinet, over this entire part of the Act. It adds the ability for Cabinet to grant exemptions to those very regulations. With the stroke of a pen, Cabinet could decide behind closed doors the siting, size, and density of housing across British Columbia, and then decide who must comply and who may be exempt. That is an extraordinary concentration of discretionary power. Not only is it discretionary power, but it's power that can give legs to lobbying and with mayors and councils that are in favor with this government. Members opposite often speak of transparency and accountability. Yet this clause moves decision-making away from this legislature and into the opaque realm of regulation. Regulations do not undergo the same scrutiny, debate, or amendment as statutes. And I stood just last week and spoke on another bill with those same challenges. They are made by executive order, not by the elected representatives of the people. Conservatives have long warned against government by regulation, the slow erosion of legislative oversight in favor of bureaucratic efficiency. Clause 2 is a textbook case of that danger. Clause 3 may appear technical, a cleanup of redundant provisions, but we must recognize that such housekeeping is not neutral. It clears the way for broader regulatory control. It is scaffolding for more intervention down the line. Clause 4, however, leaves no ambiguity. It adds a new section, 525.2, empowering the provincial cabinet to regulate off-street parking and loading spaces for residential uses. Moreover, it explicitly prohibits municipalities from requiring off-street parking except in accordance with those provincial regulations. Mr. Speaker, that is a direct preemption of local bylaws, a deliberate removal of a fundamental local planning tool. Parking requirements may sound trivial to some, but they are among the most important levers local councils have to manage traffic flow, neighborhood character, and development impacts. For decades, councils have balanced the needs of residents, businesses, and developers to set appropriate standards. This clause wipes that slate clean and replaces it with a one-size-fits-all rule made here in Victoria. Does anyone in the Minister of Housing grasp the differences and makeup of the rest of British Columbia outside of their ridings? How can anyone from this government believe that one size fits all? Let's take my riding, for example. And I'm even in Metro Vancouver. Much of my riding was built out in the 90s up until now. And I'm talking the north end of Langley Township. It's highly densified already. We've grown 70% since 2014. However, Langley is one of the most underfunded and underserved municipalities for transit, and we are 75% ALR. We are, by necessity, an auto-centric community that spans from the Fraser River to the border. In fact, it was even the Minister of Finance, while at a Langley Chamber of Commerce meeting this spring, that identified that the only thing for Langley in the 2025 budget was saving our bus system. So any restrictions to parking requirements, while also mandating multi-unit density in existing areas, is not only unreasonable, but a complete lack of understanding of my community's logistics. What about rural communities? If we want to encourage mixed-use buildings that encompasses commercial and residential, which is not only good urban planning, but good for growth, how does this government expect rural residents to get to their commercial cores with restrictions on parking requirements? It's tone deaf to the needs of anyone outside of the Burnabys, the Vancouvers, the Victorias, where transit is highly accessible. The government justifies centralized control as a way to reduce costs and encourage more housing. But it rests on a false premise, the belief that the province always knows better than the people who actually live and work in their communities. That is not a partnership. That is paternalism. We, over here, believe in empowering local decision-making, not neutering it. We believe that governments closest to the people are best able to serve those people. We believe in the democratic process, that those elected to serve municipalities are the ones responsible for their municipalities. Clause 5 completes the pattern. It amends consultation requirements in Section 582.1 of the Act. Previously, municipalities were required to consult with the minister responsible for the community charter. The minister traditionally tasked with maintaining the relationship between the province and local government. Bill 25 replaces that with consultation of, quote, one or more other ministries, end quote. That change may sound procedural, but its effect is profound. It dilutes responsibility and allows the province to coordinate consultations according to its own political priorities. Instead of a single accountable minister, municipalities must navigate a shifting field of ministers, each with its own agenda. The result is confusion and diminished accountability. Mr. Speaker, taken together, clauses 1 to 5 reveal a consistent pattern. The expansion of Cabinet's power to make regulations, the preemption of local bylaws, the weakening of consultation requirements, and the broad discretion to exempt or override. The cumulative effect is to move decision-making away from local elected councils and into the hands of unelected officials and ministers. It's Bill 44 all over again. That is not merely an administrative adjustment, it's a structural shift in how British Columbia is governed. Let us consider the broader implications. The government will say that housing affordability is a crisis that demands urgent action and that municipalities have been too slow to respond. No one disputes that housing is a serious issue, but the cure this government proposes is worse than the disease. The concentration of power in Victoria will not build homes faster, it will build resentment, uncertainty, and inefficiency. Conservatives understand that the principle of subsidiarity, that decisions should be made at the lowest level of government capable of making them, is not an obstacle to progress. It is the foundation of accountable governance. When the province overrides city councils, it bypasses the people those councils represent. It tells them that their public hearings, their community plans, and their local knowledge no longer matter. It tells British Columbians that their voice doesn't matter. That is not how you build trust or cooperation. That is how you breed cynicism and resistance. We must also remember that once centralized powers are granted, they rarely remain confined to their original purpose. Today, the justification is housing. Tomorrow, it could be local taxation or policing priorities. Each step may seem minor, but the cumulative effect is the hollowing out of local self-government, a drift toward governance by decree rather than by consent. From a constitutional standpoint, yes, municipalities are creatures of the province, but from a democratic standpoint, they are expressions of local self-government. The province should exercise its powers with restraint, not with domination. The relationship should be of partnership, not subordination. Furthermore, this bill introduces uncertainty into property rights again. When Cabinet can alter definitions, densities, and requirements by regulation, property owners and developers lose the predictability that underpins stable markets. They can no longer rely on locally adopted zoning bylaws or community plans. They must wait for the next ordering council to see whether the rules have changed. That uncertainty discourages developer investment, stifles innovation, and undermines confidence, the very opposite of what we need to stimulate for housing construction. Let us not forget, Mr. Speaker, that process matters. Municipal councils make zoning decisions in public. Residents can attend hearings, voice concerns, and hold their councillors accountable at the ballot box. When Cabinet makes regulations, none of that applies. There are no public hearings, no recorded votes, and no local accountability. Decisions are made in Victoria and imposed province-wide. That may be legal, but it is not democratic. The Conservative tradition values institutions that are stable, accountable, and close to the people they serve. It recognizes that when governments centralize power, they also centralize error. A mistake made locally can be corrected locally. A mistake made provincially affects everyone. Clause by clause, Bill 25 erodes that principle. So what should the province do instead? They must reaffirm a culture of partnership. The housing crisis cannot be solved by treating municipalities as obstacles. They are essential partners. The level of government that delivers infrastructure, engages the public, and manages the day-to-day impacts of growth. Respecting them is not an inconvenience, it is a prerequisite for success. Mr. Speaker, clauses 1 through 5 of Bill 25 may seem minor, but they make a continued fundamental shift. If we accept that the province can dictate zoning definitions, override local parking bylaws, and alter rules through regulation without legislative oversight, we have accepted a new reality in British Columbia, one in which local government exists at the pleasure, not the partnership of the province. Our vision for this province rejects that path. We must defend the autonomy of our communities, the accountability of local democracy, and the principle that power should always be exercised as close to the people as possible. We cannot promote housing affordability without undermining those values. We can modernize government without centralizing it. Mr. Speaker, Bill 25's first 5 clauses are not merely technical amendments. They are a test of whether we still believe in local self-government, and I, for one, do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members. I just wanted to address some earlier comments that were made in the House with respect to the Minister of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness, and a point of order that was raised earlier with respect to comments that were made by the member from Kelowna Mission. And while I feel like the point of order had been addressed at that time, I did want to just share some guidance that was offered to us on May 15th by the Speaker of our House. And while I won't read all of his comments, I think it's important to share certainly the last paragraph of that direction that he issued. The Chair will take this opportunity to remind members that freedom of speech is one of the most important privileges that members of this House possess to undertake their parliamentary duties. This privilege needs to be exercised with caution. Members cannot take advantage of the shield of free speech to insult or impugn the character of someone outside of this House who has no recourse given the protections attached to this House. Members, I think that's important to remember, and I appreciated the guidance from the Speaker on May 15th, and I wanted to share that again. Recognizing our member from Kootenay Rockies.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on Bill 25, the Housing and Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act. And I want to start by saying something that I think every member on this House can agree on. There is no question that British Columbia is facing a serious housing problem. Families are struggling, young people are frustrated, seniors are worried about their futures. The cost of housing, whether it's renting or buying, has reached a point that is simply unsustainable. But while we can all agree on that there's a crisis, We cannot agree on how this government is choosing to respond to it. Because, Honourable Speaker, this bill, Bill 25, is not a thoughtful solution. It's not even an attempt to balance reform. It is a sweeping overreach of power from Victoria. One that strips away the independence of our local governments and imposes a one-size-fits-all approach on communities that could not be any more different than one another. Now, let's be honest here. We live in one of the most diverse provinces in Canada. From Vancouver to Valemount to Burnaby to the Elk Valley, the needs, the challenges, and the ways of life are completely different. Yet this bill treats them all as though they're the same. It assumes that what works in a dense urban neighborhood in the Lower Mainland will somehow work just as well in the mountain towns of the Kootenays or the farming communities of the interior. Honourable Speaker, that assumption is not only wrong, it's dangerous. Now, no one in my riding denies that we need more housing. People in Cranbrook, Fernie, Sparwood, and Elkford, they all see it. They all feel it. Prices have gone up. Vacancy rates have gone down. Young people are struggling to stay where they grew up. Businesses are having trouble finding staff because workers can't find anywhere to live. So yes, there is a housing problem in rural British Columbia. But the difference, the causes, and therefore the solutions are not the same as downtown Vancouver. Let me explain what I mean. In Cranbrook, young couples who were born and raised there are being priced out of their own hometown. They've got good jobs, they work hard, they've saved their money, but when they go to buy their first home, they're met with prices that have doubled in just a few short years. Renters are hanging on by threads. Many are one rent increase away from having to leave the community entirely. In Fernie, it's much the same story, but with its own challenges. The town depends heavily on tourism. People come for the mountains, the ski hill, the charm of downtown. But as more short-term rentals take up housing stock, prices rise. The very workers who make that tourism possible, the lift operators, the cooks, the servers, and the tradespeople are being pushed out. They're forced to commute long distances, spending hours on the road every week just to keep their jobs. In Elkford, shift workers are doing whatever they can to find a place to live. Some are living in temporary units, some in basements, some even in their RVs parked wherever they can. It's tough enough to work 12-hour shifts in the dead of winter, and then finding somewhere warm and secure to live shouldn't be a battle. It's not just the workers feeling the squeeze, it's smaller communities like Jaffrey as well in my riding. Retirees on fixed incomes are struggling. So yes, housing is a crisis everywhere in this province, but Honourable Speaker, the kind of housing we need, the way we build it, and the pace at which we can realistically grow, those things look very different depending on where you live. That's the part of this government's refuse to understand. What this bill does is impose a single provincial model, a cookie-cutter approach, completely ignoring the realities of life in rural British Columbia. It forces municipalities with over 5,000 residents to allow duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes in areas that were zoned for single-family homes. And if a local council doesn't meet the government's deadline, the minister can step in, rewrite the bylaws themselves. Honourable Speaker, that is not collaboration, that's control. It is Victoria telling every community in this province, we know better than you do. It tells local governments that their carefully developed official community plans they spent years consulting the public on, no longer matter. It tells residents who participated in town halls, filled out surveys, and gave feedback that their voices don't even count anymore. And it tells everyone, every small town mayor and councillor, that their authority to make decisions for their own community can be taken away with the stroke of a pen. That's not partnership, Honourable Speaker. That's provincial overreach. Local councils are elected by local people. They're the ones who have to face their neighbours in the grocery store. They're the ones that take the calls when the snowplow doesn't come or when a development goes sideways. They live in those towns. They know the terrain. They know the infrastructure limits. And they know what their residents want. They've spent years, in some cases decades, shaping their communities carefully and responsibly. In Cranbrook, for example, the official community plan was just updated after 3 years of public engagement. Residents spoke clearly about wanting responsible growth, growth that protects green spaces, ensures water and sewer systems, and makes sure that they can handle the demand, and maintains the character of their neighborhoods. Fernie, same thing. Plans focused on preserving its historic downtown and promoting balanced tourism. The town of Sparwood, their plan emphasized on supporting mining families while managing environmental challenges. These plans aren't obstacles. They're the product of real community engagement. They're what democracy looks like, and at the local level. But this bill takes it all away. It just tells them Victoria knows best. It doesn't stop here. Bill 25 also removes parking and driveway requirements for new multi-unit homes. Now, that might sound harmless. It might sound like cutting red tape or reducing barriers. But in regions like mine, Honourable Speaker, it's a recipe for chaos. People in the Kootenays rely on their vehicles, full stop. There's no SkyTrains, there's no rapid bus lines, there's no subways. People drive to work in the mines. People drive to shop in Cranbrook. They drive to ski in Fernie. They drive to visit family members in their neighboring towns. That's just rural life in British Columbia. There's no transit. So imagine quiet neighborhoods suddenly packed with vehicles on both sides, street driveways gone, front yards turned into makeshift parking because they don't have anywhere else to go, roads narrowed to one lane. Now picture a heavy snowfall in Cranbrook. The plows can't get through, emergency vehicles are delayed, families are stranded, unable to even get their kids to school or to work. That's not progress. This is a reckless decision. Here's the thing. It's not because local councils failed to plan property. It's quite the opposite. These are the same councils that have spent years developing thoughtful, evidence-based plans to make sure growth happens responsibly. But under this bill, their ability to make those decisions is now being taken away. When the province imposes one-size-fits-all zoning rules, it ignores the very different realities that exist across this province. What works downtown Vancouver does not work in Fernie, Cranbrook, or Sparwood. It doesn't work in towns where families depend on pickups to get to work, where public transit is limited, and where winter lasts half the year. You don't force dense urban-style housing into rural communities without understanding the consequences. You can't remove parking requirements in regions where people have to drive. You can't override community plans that were built through local consultation and expect people just to accept it quietly. This isn't how you build strong communities. It's how you create resentment, division, and mistrust. And that's what this government's doing. It's sending a clear message to rural British Columbia that their voices do not matter, that Victoria knows best, that their way of life, their geography, their infrastructure, their weather, none of it matters in the grand scheme of this. But, Honourable Speaker, the truth is simple. Rural and urban communities are not the same. What works for one does not work for the other. Cities and towns are not interchangeable. Urban density makes sense where transit exists. where infrastructure is built to handle it, and where services are concentrated. But in small towns spread across the mountains and valleys where I live, where you might have one grocery store or a single access road, the same policies do not harm. They don't help. They're harming. It makes it worse. In many rural areas, water systems are already stretched thin. Sewer systems are decades old. Roads were built for small populations. Emergency services are limited. Schools are full. Hospitals are over capacity. Yet this government seems to believe that they can just legislate density and everything will magically work out. Well, it's not going to work that way. Real housing solutions require collaboration. They require the province to sit down with the local leaders to understand their needs, to work together to find solutions that make sense on the ground. Honourable Speaker, this bill is not about empowering communities. It's about controlling them. It's about taking away their ability to make decisions for themselves. It's about silencing local voices and replacing local knowledge with distant bureaucracy. And that's not the British Columbia I was born in. I believe in a province where communities have the freedom to shape their own future, where councils answer to the people who elected them, where governments listen before they legislate, because if we take away local voices, we take away accountability. And when we take away accountability, we lose the very foundation of democracy itself. At the end of the day, this bill isn't just about housing policy, it's about respect. Respect for the people who call these communities home. Respect for the local leaders who've earned the trust of their neighbours. And respect for the principle that good government doesn't come from the top down, it comes from the ground up. Honourable Speaker, British Columbia is a province built on diversity. Not just in culture or language, but in geography, in lifestyle, and in community. From one major city to our small towns, every corner of this province has its own identity, its own challenges, and its own strengths. And that's something we should be proud of. It's something we should protect. If this government truly wants to solve the housing crisis, it needs to start by respecting those differences. It needs to recognize that rural and urban communities require different approaches, different timelines, and different tools. Because housing policy that ignores local reality is doomed to fail. And when it fails, it's not the government that pays the price, it's the people, the families and the workers. The very British Columbians this government claims to try and help. So, Honourable Speaker, I urge this government to put away the heavy hand, sit down with the people on the ground, talk to the mayors, the city councillors, the planners, and the residents who actually know what's happening in their own backyard. Listen to the people who live it every day in their communities. Because if you truly want to build more housing, you can't do it by tearing down local democracy. Honourable Speaker, good governments listen. Good governments collaborate. And good governments respect the people that it serves. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Recognizing the member from Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, esteemed colleagues and fellow citizens that are listening on TV, I rise today not as someone opposed to housing. Far from it. Indeed, everyone in this chamber shares the goal of ensuring that British Columbians can afford to live, work, and raise families in the communities that they love. I rise rather in defense of how we build that housing and who decides what our communities will become. Bill 25 is presented as a pragmatic, necessary tool to unlock housing supply. Yet when we read the clauses carefully, we see that the legislation reaches far beyond just zoning reform. It redefines the relationship between the province and our municipalities. It replaces partnership with paternalism. It imposes mandates without resources. And in doing so, it risks creating division where there should be so much more collaboration. This is not a technical bill. This is a transformational bill, one that alters decades of local autonomy, democratic process, and financial responsibility. For those reasons, I stand to outline the negative and unintended consequences that Bill 25 carries for local governments and the people they serve. At the heart of Bill 25 are amendments to the Local Government Act and the Vancouver Charter that requires all municipalities to permit small-scale, multi-unit housing, SSMUH, typically 3 or 4 units, on lots previously zoned for a single-family or 2-family use. On the face, it seems sensible. But these clauses fundamentally remove the discretion of local councils to determine what density makes sense for their communities. For decades, land use planning in British Columbia have rested on one principle: local knowledge. Communities differ in infrastructure capacity, geography, and character. A blanket zoning directive from Victoria totally ignores this diversity, Madam Speaker. The practical effects is that zoning power is no longer municipal. It is province by decree. A mayor and council that choose a different approach will be simply overridden. The Ministry of Housing now holds the authority to issue orders compelling compliance, effectively rewriting municipal bylaws from a desk in Victoria. This is not collaboration, Mr. Speaker. It is a centralization masquerading as reform.
Noting the honourable member, let's adjourn the debate.
I reserve my right to continue, Mr. Speaker.
And adjourn the debate.
So I will adjourn the debate and reserve my right
to
continue?
Already. Yeah, thank you. Members, you heard the question to adjourn the debate. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Section A reports progress on Bill number 31 and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting, Speaker.
So ordered. Members, Her Honor, the Lieutenant Governor is in the precinct, so please remain seated, and we will continue with the process of royal assent shortly. Yeah, yeah.
Healthcare Costs Recovery Amendment Act 2025. Attorney General Statutes Amendment Act 2025. Motor Vehicle Amendment Act 2025. Intimate Images Protection Statutes Amendment Act 2025. Sexual Violence Policy Act. School Amendment Act 2025. Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act No. 2, 2025. Korean Heritage Month Act. In His Majesty's name, Her Honour the Lieutenant Governor doth assent to these acts.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I was so distracted by a wonderful little voice there. It just filled my heart right away. Not that you all don't. I just wanted to take a very quick moment to say a few thank yous, if I may, because I know that I'm the only thing between yourself and a nice, well-deserved 2-week rest. But I wanted to thank you for it not being 2:30 a.m. That's fantastic. And most importantly, I want to sincerely thank you all from the bottom of my heart for the sacrifices that you as individuals and your families and your loved ones do so that you can serve British Columbians. These are very challenging times, and in the pursuit of progress, you are part of the answer to all British Columbian challenges. You're working with British Columbians across the province, and sometimes that work can be thankless. Yet every day, you choose to continue to serve. So I thank you sincerely for your passion and for your commitment. I will never forget when I think about sacrifice, when I was watching the Legislature, and I do watch that channel, by the way, and I saw a member, and I know that this wasn't a first time for himself or many, that he was wishing his young child a happy birthday. It was a single-digit birthday. And I thought to myself, wow, we hear about missing birthdays, we hear about missing family events, we hear about missing anniversaries, but yet have you ever put yourself, when you're not an elected official, in those shoes and think, I would be missing my child's birthday? So that really struck me, and I want you to know that I do take that message when I'm traveling around British Columbia and share that, and share with people the true sacrifice and hard work that you all do. I want to thank you not only for what you do each and every day for your constituents, but I also want to thank you for the bills today and bringing them to royal assent here. Thank you very much. And I think one thing that we always can agree on is that we're very, very proud to be British Columbians. We're very, very proud to be Canadians. So go Blue Jays, go.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call continued debate on second reading on Bill 25.
Committee.
Yeah, it was up, yeah.
Member will continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just have to get back to where I was. Yes, please. Thank you. What's that? I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A mayor and council that chooses a different approach will be simply overridden. The Ministry of Housing now holds the authority to issue orders compelling compliance, effectively rewriting municipal bylaws from a desk in Victoria. This is not collaboration, it's centralization masquerading as reform. Bill 25, Madam Speaker, also amends procedures around public consultation. Where previously zoning amendments required a public hearing, the new provisions exempt councils from holding such hearings if they are merely implementing provincial directives. Government has called this a way to cut red tape. But really what's being cut out is the public's voice. Public hearings exist, Madam Speaker, because community planning affects every resident. Those who live next door, those who drive on the same roads, and those who rely on the same water lines. To remove that step is to replace democracy with expediency. No matter how noble the housing goal, the ends do not justify the means. A government that silences citizens for the sake of efficiency undermines its own legitimacy. And in the long run, Madam Speaker, this will create exactly what it is supposed to not do. It will delay. Citizens deny a fair hearing will fight back through petitions, referenda, and litigation. Instead of smoother planning, what we will see is greater confrontation. This bill replaces public deliberation without provincial dictation. In doing so, it erodes public trust. And perhaps the most alarming section of Bill 25, Madam Speaker, are those granting the Ministry of Housing broad enforcement powers. If a municipality fails to meet provincial zoning requirements or housing targets, the minister may issue an order in council to override those bylaws. That power is near absolute. There is no requirement for municipal consent or a meaningful appeal. This effectively transforms the minister into a de facto local government for every city in this province. Imagine, a community carefully develops a land use plan after months and years of consultation, balancing heritage, the environment, and density. And then overnight, the province declares it is in non-compliance and substitutes its own version. This is not a partnership, Madam Speaker. This is a provincial occupation of municipal space. This is not collaboration. British Columbia's constitution recognizes municipalities as creatures of the province. But over a century, we have built a tradition of local autonomy. Bill 25 breaks that tradition, Madam Speaker. Another point is infrastructure obligations without adequate funding. These new housing requirements to infrastructure expectations, municipalities must now accommodate additional density without ensuring that water, sewer, transportation, schools can handle it. Yet nowhere is there a single reference to any new funding whatsoever, Madam Speaker. This is a classic unfunded mandate. The province dictates, but the municipalities pay and pay and pay. A fourplex instead of a single home may seem modest, but the compounding effect across thousands of lots will mean millions of dollars, possibly billions of dollars of new infrastructure strain. Water main upgrades, stormwater capacity, fire protection, new schools, and of course road safety. Property taxpayers and not the provincial coffers will bear the brunt of these costs. If this government truly believes that housing is a provincial priority, Madam Speaker, it should come up with provincial dollars, not additional municipal debt. This bill also expands provincial oversight of STRs, our short-term rentals, Airbnb, VRBO, and similar platforms. While cracking down on these STRs is a worthy goal, these clauses create overlapping jurisdictions. The province will maintain a registry, but municipalities must still enforce local bylaws and feed data into the provincial database. And then who ultimately, Madam Speaker, holds the final enforcement authority? Who collects the fines? Who bears the cost of compliance? I would suggest, Madam Speaker, again, the municipalities. Municipalities that already have robust STR programs, Victoria, Kelowna, Whistler, will now have to reconcile all the conflicting data and processes. This duplication will be a waste of time, it will confuse operators, and certainly frustrate our residents. Tourism towns could also lose a significant share of their business license and accommodation tax revenue, yet the bill offers no fiscal offset. So what we have here is not clarity whatsoever, Madam Speaker, just some more regulatory chaos. And every new clause in this bill, Madam Speaker, brings administrative consequences. Municipal planners must rewrite zoning bylaws, update official community plans, and issue revised development permits, all under a very tight provincial timeline. Smaller communities, especially in rural BC, often have a single planner or even none at all that they end up having to offer those services from abroad. They will need to hire consultants at a greater expense, divert staff from essential work, or simply fail to meet those deadlines altogether. This province may see this as an inefficiency, but for municipalities, it's the reality of limited human capacity. It also creates new responsibilities without new resources, a bureaucratic overload that will slow the housing approval process instead of speeding it up. You know, this government, Madam Speaker, proudly speaks about the number of new potential units, but housing without infrastructure is just density without dignity. More units means more cars, more wastewater, more children in our already overpacked schools, and more demands for parks and policing. Most municipal infrastructures were designed decades ago for lower densities. Obviously, upgrading these systems will be expensive and time-consuming. By imposing density without infrastructure planning or funding, this bill will ensure municipalities face significant service bottlenecks, boil water advisories, road congestion, emergency response delays, the list goes on and on. And this is not theoretical, Madam Speaker. Communities such as Kelowna and Langford have already seen service strain as growth outpaces infrastructure. Bill 25 will replicate that problem province-wide. Because this bill grants sweeping ministerial powers and vague enforcement mechanisms, it also invites judicial review. Municipalities that feel their planning autonomy has been violated will have no recourse but to challenge these orders in court. Litigation is costly, often hundreds of thousands of dollars per case, and diverts staff and resources from actual housing projects. Investors and developers also rely on predictability in the rules. If bylaws can be changed overnight by ministerial decree, planning certainty disappears. Developers may delay the projects or withdraw them altogether. Ironically, a bill designed to accelerate construction in our housing industry will actually end up slowing investment and uncertainty in litigation will cost us all. And also beyond the fiscal and legal risks, Madam Speaker, Bill 25 will reshape the social fabric of many of our communities in British Columbia. Density, when planned thoughtfully, can create vibrant, walkable neighborhoods. But when imposed without consultation, it breeds resentment. Residents who feel ignored will not welcome these new neighbors. They will obviously blame them. Instead of inclusive growth, we risk social division between renters and owners, new arrivals, and longtime residents. Local democracy isn't an obstacle to housing. It's a foundation of community trust. When that trust collapses, so does civic cooperation. And Madam Speaker, municipal planning is not about housing numbers. It's about where we build. Many municipalities have carefully mapped out floodplains, habitat corridors, and wildfire interface zones. Provincial directives of this bill could override these restrictions. Without local control, sensitive ecosystems may be exposed to development pressure, including flood risk, fire vulnerability, and habitat loss. This is particularly alarming for interior and coastal communities facing climate extremes. Centralized decision-making from Victoria, Madam Speaker, cannot possibly account for every local environmental nuisance. And Bill 25's structure also reflects a deeper philosophical problem, Madam Speaker, a loss of faith in local democracy. As I've mentioned before, this province appears to believe that municipalities are obstacles to progress than rather partners in problem solving. Yet local governments is where democracy is most tangible. As our previous speakers have said, this is where citizens can speak directly to their representatives, where councillors can walk down the same street as their voters. By stripping these councils of authority and autonomy, the province is telling citizens that their local vote matters less, that their community meetings, their petitions, and their neighborhood plans can be swept aside. This may accelerate decision-making, but Madam Speaker, it diminishes democracy. We've also heard that this bill assumes that one size will fit all model for growth. Urban centres like Vancouver, Surrey may absorb some of this new density easier than some of our smaller municipalities. But smaller towns like Burns Lake, Smithers, Vanderhoof, Castlegar may face very different realities. They lack sewer systems with multi-unit development, have limited building trades, rely on groundwater aquifers, and simply, Madam Speaker, do not have the capacity. Applying the same zoning mandate across vastly different regions will punish our smaller rural and northern communities for conditions they cannot control and they can certainly not afford. This bill's lack of regional flexibility reveals a troubling metropolitan bias, a sense that Victoria knows best for every corner of this province. When local governments are compelled to approve new density without matching infrastructure, the cost inevitably falls on local taxpayers. That means higher property taxes, larger development cost charges, or cuts to existing services. The province will boast about the number of homes that are enabled, while municipalities will bear the political consequences of angry ratepayers seeing their taxes rise. It's both unfair and unsustainable, Mr. Speaker. Bill 25 was introduced and advanced with minimal consultation with municipalities. The Union of BC Municipalities, UBCM, we requested greater collaboration and detailed fiscal modeling, but much of that input was ignored. Housing reform that affects every community in this province should not be rushed through as a budget season overthought. Proper partnership means consultation before, not after, legislation is tabled, Mr. Speaker. By ignoring municipal expertise, the province has sacrificed wisdom for speed, and the consequences will be borne locally. Even if one supports the goal of this specific bill, the precedent establishments are alarming. If the province can unilaterally rewrite zoning bylaws today, what prevents future governments from imposing other local mandates tomorrow? Perhaps on taxation, policing, or even environmental policy.
Noting the hour, member.
Noting the hour, Honourable Speaker, I reserve my time to continue and move adjournment of the debate.
Member, you heard the question to adjourn the debate. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Government House Leader.
I move that the House to now adjourn.
Member, you heard the question to adjourn the House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 o'clock Monday, November 17th.